Let's take a deep breath, relax, and slowly explore the story of rice. Right now, as you settle in, somewhere on this planet, a farmer is standing ankle-deep in a flooded field, bending low to press a bright green seedling into the mud. In another time zone, a mother is lifting the lid off a pot of steaming rice, and the warm, starchy scent is drifting through her kitchen. In yet another place, a child is scooping rice from a bowl with small fingers, learning to eat the same grain that has nourished human beings for longer than any written record can remember. More than 3.5 billion people, roughly half of everyone alive today, depend on rice for a significant portion of their daily food. In parts of Bangladesh, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia, rice provides more than 60% of all the energy a person takes in each day. It is grown in over 100 countries on every continent except the frozen south. And yet, for the vast majority of human existence, our ancestors knew nothing of this plant at all. For hundreds of thousands of years, people lived as wanderers, gathering wild roots, picking fruits, cracking nuts, hunting animals, and eating whatever the seasons offered. Rice, as something deliberately planted and tended, is a remarkably recent chapter in our long story. It appeared only in the last 10,000 years, a tiny sliver of time for a species that has walked the earth for more than 300,000. Let us travel back to that beginning. Picture, if you will, the banks of a slow, wide river in what is now southern China, roughly 10,000 years ago. The air is warm and heavy with moisture. Along the waterline, tall grasses with drooping seed heads sway gently in the breeze. A small group of people, barefoot and weathered by seasons of foraging, wades through the shallows, reaching for the seed clusters of a wild grass they have come to rely on. The seeds are small, and they have a frustrating habit of falling away the moment you touch the plant, scattering into the water before you can collect them. But a few remain in the gatherer's hand, and those few are enough to carry home. These people do not know it, but they are about to set in motion one of the most important relationships in all of human history. The wild ancestor of the rice we eat today was a sprawling, untidy grass that grew in scattered patches along rivers, in marshes, and at the edges of lakes. It was not a generous plant. Its seeds were tiny, and they shattered and fell the moment they ripened. A clever survival trick for the grass, since it scattered its offspring far and wide, but a real nuisance for anyone hoping to gather a meal. For a long time, this wild grass was just one food source among many, no more important than a handful of nuts or a basket of tubers. The story of how that stubborn, seed-scattering grass became the foundation of entire civilizations is not a simple one. It was not a sudden discovery, and there was no single moment of brilliance. It was a slow, patient, multi-generational process, driven not by grand plans but by the quiet, accumulated habits of countless unnamed people who, year after year, returned to the same patches of wild grass, gathered a little more, scattered a few seeds near their homes, and began, almost without realizing it, to shape the plant to suit their needs. This process unfolded in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River Valley, at a place called Shangshan, in what is now the province of Zhejiang. Traces of some of the earliest rice cultivation have been found, dating back roughly 10,000 years. The people of Shangshan mixed rice husks into the clay of their pottery, a quiet detail that tells us the grain was already becoming woven into the fabric of daily life. Even more remarkably, traces found in their pottery suggest they may have been fermenting rice into a simple drink, which means that even at the very dawn of rice farming, the grain had already begun to carry meaning beyond mere nutrition. But Shangshan was not alone. Across the Yangtze region, at many different sites, communities were experimenting with the same wild grass, each contributing in its own small way to a process that would take thousands of years to complete. And here is something worth pausing on. The key change that made rice truly useful, the development of grain heads that held their seeds instead of dropping them, was not fully established until around 4,000 years before the Common Era. That means the journey from those first tentative experiments to a reliably domesticated crop took somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 years. During all of that time, the people who were slowly shaping rice were likely unaware that they were doing anything historically important at all. They were simply feeding their families. This slowness is itself a kind of lesson. We tend to imagine great changes as having clear beginnings, dramatic turning points, and heroic inventors. But the domestication of rice had none of those things. It had no single creator, no sudden breakthrough, no founding story that can be traced to one clever individual. It was the product of countless small decisions made by countless ordinary people over an almost unimaginable span of time. Decisions about which seeds to save, which patches of grass to return to, which riverbanks to clear. It was perhaps the most human of all achievements, a collective unconscious act of creation, and the consequences of that act are almost beyond reckoning. Rice did not merely become a food, it became the foundation of whole civilizations. It reshaped the landscape of half a continent. It drove the invention of complex water systems, new forms of government, and new ways of working together. It became a currency, a tax, a religious offering, a symbol of prosperity, a weapon of war, and a cause of terrible famine. It crossed oceans in the holds of ships, was planted by enslaved people in the swamps of a distant continent, and today grows in the fields of more than 100 nations. All of this from a wild grass by a river. The story of rice is, in many ways, the story of us, a story of patience and ingenuity, of abundance and loss, of beauty and hardship. It begins in the mud of the Yangtze Valley and stretches forward through 10,000 years to the bowl of rice on your table tonight. And so, let us follow that story now from the very beginning, as a wild grass slowly becomes the grain that feeds the world. Sometime around 10,000 years ago in the wetlands of what is now eastern China, a woman knelt in the mud at the edge of a shallow lake and reached for the seed heads of a tall, reedy grass. The seeds scattered at her touch. Most of them fell into the water and were lost. But a few stayed in her hand, just enough to carry back to her family. She did not know it, but by choosing to return to that spot, by favoring the plants whose seeds held on a little longer before falling, she was taking part in one of the longest and most extraordinary processes in the history of farming. The wild ancestor of the rice we eat today is a rangy, sprawling grass that still grows in scattered patches across tropical Asia. It thrives in marshes and along riverbanks, and it has a habit that makes it maddening to harvest. The moment its seeds ripen, they break free from the plant and drop to the ground or into the water. For the grass itself, this is a perfectly good strategy since it scatters seeds far and wide. But for a person trying to gather those seeds for food, it means that much of the potential meal is lost before it can be collected. The entire story of rice domestication can be understood as a long, slow, and largely unconscious effort to solve this one problem, to find and favor the plants whose seeds held on just a little bit longer. The evidence for this process is written in mud, pottery, and the tiniest remains of ancient plants. At a site called Shangshan, in the coastal province of Zhejiang, researchers have found rice grains embedded in pottery dating back roughly 10,000 years. These grains are not quite wild and not quite tame. They sit somewhere in between, showing features that suggest the rice was already beginning to change under human influence, but still had a long way to go. The people of Shangshan were not only eating this grain, they appear to have been fermenting it into a simple drink, which tells us that rice was already becoming more than just a source of calories. Further along the Yangtze, at a place called Hemudu near the coast, a sophisticated community of stilt house builders, skilled fishers, and early farmers was flourishing by around 5,500 years before the Common Era. The Hemudu people cultivated rice in the marshy lowlands of their river valley, supplementing it with water chestnuts, lotus seeds, acorns, and the meat of wild deer and water buffalo. At a nearby waterlogged site, rice remains from roughly 7,000 years ago show clear signs that the grain was changing, growing larger, clinging more firmly to the plant, becoming something new. But Shangshan and Hemudu tell only part of the story. Across a vast stretch of the Yangtze River system, many different communities were experimenting with the same wild grass at roughly the same time. At sites in Hunan province, rice remains have been dated to more than 8,000 years before the Common Era. In northern Jiangxi, evidence confirms yet another center of early cultivation. Each of these places tells a slightly different piece of the same sprawling tale, that across a huge region, people were independently working with rice, each group contributing its own small chapter to a collective story of transformation. For a long time, one of the most debated questions in the science of farming was whether rice was tamed once or several times. The two main types of cultivated Asian rice are genetically quite different from each other, and for decades many researchers believed they must have been domesticated separately, one type in China and the other in India or somewhere in Southeast Asia. The answer, as it turns out, is more subtle and rather interesting. The actual process of domestication, the critical genetic changes that turned a wild plant into a reliable crop, happened only once in the Yangtze Valley. The essential traits like seeds that cling to the stalk and grains that wait to be harvested rather than falling on their own were first selected in one group of early rice. Those traits then spread outward, carried by the movement of seeds and people, and were eventually absorbed into other wild rice populations in India and elsewhere. So while the rice that feeds most of South and Southeast Asia today has its own distinct character, the genetic tools that made it a workable crop trace back to a single beginning in the wetlands of southern China. The pace of this transformation is something worth lingering on. The first experiments with wild rice began around 10,000 years ago, but a fully domesticated crop, one that reliably held its seeds and could be counted on year after year, did not emerge until roughly 4,000 years before the Common Era. That is a span of about 6,000 years. For all of that time, farmers were working with a plant that was only partly tame, a crop that still lost much of its harvest, that still required constant attention and careful selection to keep it moving in a useful direction. And it was not just the seeds that changed over those millennia. The whole plant was reshaped. Domesticated rice is shorter, more compact, and more upright than its wild ancestor. Its grains are larger, its bristly extensions shorter or absent, and its seeds hold firmly until a person deliberately threshes them free. The plant changed from one that lives for many years to one that completes its life in a single season. Its sensitivity to the length of the day was altered, allowing it to grow across a wider range of places and climates. By the time this long process was finally complete, somewhere around 4,000 to 3,000 years before the Common Era, the people of the lower Yangtze had created something truly new. They had a grain that was productive, dependable, and perfectly suited to the warm, wet lowlands of East and Southeast Asia. And with that grain came an entirely new way of living, one built around the rhythms of planting and harvesting, of flooding and draining, of working together and sharing water. The slow age of experimentation was over, and the age of rice had quietly, gently begun. Around 6,500 years ago, in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River, someone built a wall of mud. It was not a wall for a house, and it was not a wall for a fort. It was something far more quietly revolutionary, an embankment designed to hold water in a flat, cleared field where rice seedlings could grow in shallow standing water. At a site called Chengtushan, in what is now Hunan province, the remains of some of the oldest deliberately constructed rice paddies in the world have been found, dating to roughly 4,500 to 3,000 years before the Common Era. These were not rough clearings in the wild. They were carefully shaped spaces, long fields marked out by low earthen walls, with a channel on one side bringing water in from a nearby source. It was a simple arrangement, but it was also, in its quiet way, one of the most important inventions in the history of farming. The idea of flooding a field on purpose might sound straightforward, but the reality behind it is anything but simple. A rice paddy is not merely a wet field. It is a carefully managed little world of water, soil, and living things, where the depth of the water, the chemistry of the earth, the competition from weeds, and the cycling of nutrients must all be kept in balance at the same time. Getting it right requires a deep understanding of local water sources, soil types, and the rhythm of the seasons, knowledge that could only have been built up through generations of patient watching and trial. And here is something rather lovely about the way a paddy works. Unlike many forms of farming, which gradually wear out the soil, a well-managed rice paddy actually gains richness over time. The standing water creates conditions in the soil that encourage tiny living things, natural organisms too small to see, to pull nitrogen from the air and convert it into a form that plants can use. This means a paddy can be farmed year after year, decade after decade, century after century, without the earth growing tired. Some of the oldest continuously farmed land on the planet is found in rice paddies, fields that have been producing food for thousands of years. The water does other useful things as well. Most ordinary weeds cannot survive being submerged for long, so the flooded field eliminates much of the exhausting work of weeding that other crops demand. The shallow, warm water also steadies the temperature of the soil, protecting young plants from sudden heat or cold. And the paddy becomes a small habitat in its own right, home to fish, frogs, snails, and insects, many of which are themselves good to eat. The rice field, in other words, does not just produce grain, it produces protein too. This was recognized very early. Ancient Chinese communities developed a system in which rice, fish, and ducks were raised together in the same flooded field. The fish nibbled on weeds and ate snails that might damage the rice. The ducks fed on insects and small water creatures, and the waste from the fish and ducks served as natural fertilizer for the rice. It was a closed loop, a little self-sustaining world that produced grain, fish, duck meat, and eggs from the same patch of land, with very little need for anything from outside. The elegance of this system is hard to overstate, and versions of it are still practiced today. But building and maintaining paddy fields is enormously hard work. The ground must be leveled with great care, because even small differences in height will mean that some parts of the field are too deep and others too dry. The embankments must be built, repaired after every heavy rain, and watched over constantly. Water must be brought to the fields through channels dug from rivers or streams, and the flow must be carefully managed throughout the growing season. Not too much, not too little, at just the right times. In mountainous areas where paddies are carved into hillsides as terraces, the challenges multiply. Each terrace sits at a slightly different height, and water must be guided from one level to the next in a controlled cascade, every field receiving just the right amount. The earliest paddies in the record are found in the lower and middle Yangtze Valley, at several sites dating back to roughly 5,000 years before the Common Era. These first fields were typically small, tucked into the natural curves of river floodplains and lake shores, following the shape of the land rather than imposing a new shape upon it. Over time, as communities grew and the hunger for rice increased, paddy construction became more ambitious. Fields reached further from natural water sources, requiring longer and more elaborate channels. The technology of water control advanced from simple mounds of earth to more sophisticated arrangements of barriers, dams, and underground passages. By the time of the great early kingdoms in the second and first millennia before the Common Era, rice paddy farming had become the dominant way of growing food across much of southern China, supporting populations large enough to build cities, raise armies, and develop the complex systems of government that would define Chinese civilization for thousands of years. And the consequences of this invention rippled outward, far beyond China. Wherever the technique of wet rice farming traveled, it changed the land and the people who lived on it. In Japan, the arrival of paddy farming around 300 years before the Common Era helped transform a society of hunters and gatherers into a settled farming people. In Southeast Asia, paddy farming enabled the rise of great kingdoms at Angkor, in Siam, and in Burma. In India, the river deltas became some of the most productive farming regions on Earth, fueling the wealth of powerful dynasties. And in the mountains of the Philippines, Bali, and southern China, communities carved entire mountainsides into terraced fields of such beauty that they would one day be recognized as treasures of the world. All of it began with someone building a small wall of mud beside a river 6,500 years ago. And it is to those mountain terraces, those staggering works of patience and labor, that we shall turn next. In the royal storehouses of an ancient Chinese capital, around 1200 years before the Common Era, scribes scratched careful records onto flat pieces of bone, keeping track of the grain harvests that kept the ruling class fed. Even at this early date, the divide that would shape Chinese civilization for the next 3,000 years was already taking form. In the dry northern plains, people grew millet and wheat. In the wet southern lowlands, they grew rice. This split between a wheat-eating north and a rice-eating south would create two distinct cultures of farming, cooking, and daily life, differences that can still be felt in China today. During the Shang dynasty, which ruled from roughly 1600 to 1046 years before the Common Era, rice was cultivated in the southern reaches of the kingdom, though millet and wheat held the dominant position in the north. Rice brought from the south was valued as a luxury, a special offering for the ancestors and the gods. The Shang state kept detailed records of its harvests and surpluses, and the management of grain stores was already a core duty of the ruling order. The food from the royal fields supported not just the king and his court, but also the priests, warriors, skilled craftsmen, and the great bronze foundries for which the Shang are remembered. Under the Zhou dynasty, which followed the Shang and lasted in various forms for nearly 8 centuries, rice cultivation began to spread. Efforts were made to extend rice growing into the drier soils of the north, and the state invested in water channels and irrigation works that carried the practice of paddy farming into new territories. Farming methods grew more refined. People began adding manure and other waste to enrich the soil. They learned to plant in orderly rows rather than scattering seeds at random, and they placed great importance on plowing and planting at exactly the right time of year. Over centuries, these careful improvements created a system of farming capable of feeding very large numbers of people. But it was during the turbulent period of the Warring States, from roughly 475 to 221 years before the Common Era, that rice truly began to reshape the map of power. As the southern state of Chu expanded into the prime rice-growing lands of the Middle and Lower Yangtze, it gained access to enormous harvests that funded its armies and its ambitions. The wealth that poured from the paddies of the south allowed the southern kingdoms to challenge and eventually rival the millet-growing powers of the north. Rice was becoming more than food. It was becoming a source of political strength. The unification of China under the Qin dynasty in 221 before the Common Era, and the long rule of the Han dynasty that followed, brought the wheat-eating north and the rice-eating south together under a single government. The Han Empire, which endured in 2 phases for over 4 centuries, recognized how important rice was as a source of revenue and military supply. Han officials built an elaborate network of granaries, state-controlled warehouses where surplus grain was stored against famine and the needs of the army. Where these granaries were placed, how much they held, and how they were kept supplied were all matters decided at the highest levels of government. Rice taxation became a cornerstone of how the state operated. Farmers were required to hand over a portion of their harvest, usually based on how much land they worked and how much it was expected to produce. This grain, paid not in coins but in actual rice, fed the soldiers, the officials, the city dwellers, and the vast machinery of the empire. The ability to gather surplus rice from millions of individual farmers and concentrate it in central stores was one of the foundations on which Chinese power rested. And as rice grew in economic importance, its cultural meaning deepened alongside it. In early Chinese philosophy and religious practice, grain offerings played a central role. Rice was presented to the ancestors in funeral rites, offered to the gods at seasonal festivals, and given to the emperor as a sign of the realm's prosperity. Ancient texts prescribed specific ways of preparing rice for different ceremonies, from the plain steamed grain of daily meals to the more elaborate preparations of imperial sacrifices. Rice also appeared in the earliest medical writings where different forms of the grain were recommended for different ailments. Rice porridge was given to the sick. Sticky rice was said to build strength, and fermented rice was thought to aid the stomach. The Chinese character for rice and the ideas of nourishment, abundance, and civilization itself became deeply intertwined. An old saying, sometimes traced to the Han period, captures this perfectly. It translates roughly as, "The people regard food as heaven." In other words, the legitimacy of any government depended on its ability to feed its people, and rice was the truest measure of whether a ruler was doing a good job. There is something else worth knowing about this rice and wheat divide. Researchers have noticed that the different demands of growing rice and growing wheat may have shaped the very temperaments of the people who farmed them. Rice farming is intensely communal. It depends on shared water systems, carefully coordinated planting schedules, and the willingness of many families to work together. Wheat farming, by contrast, is more individual, less dependent on neighbors, and less tied to collective water management. Some scholars have suggested that these deep agricultural differences helped shape the distinct social habits and values of northern and southern China, differences in how people relate to one another, how they do business, and how they think about cooperation and independence. By the end of the Han dynasty, rice had become the indispensable foundation of civilization in the south, fueling the growth of cities, the expansion of trade, and the ambitions of the state. The paddies, dikes, and channels of the Yangtze region had permanently reshaped the landscape, turning wild wetlands into one of the most productive farming regions on Earth. And the systems of grain taxation, storage, and transport that the Han built to manage their rice supply would be refined by every dynasty that followed, eventually giving rise to one of the greatest engineering feats in all of history, a canal that would carry rivers of grain from south to north, binding the two halves of China together. But that is a story we shall come to soon. Around 4,000 years ago, on the mountainous northern edges of what is now Vietnam, a group of farmers carrying baskets of seed rice crossed a frontier that would quietly change the course of history across an entire continent. They were part of a slow, steady movement of farming peoples drifting southward from the rice-growing heartlands of the Yangtze Valley, carrying with them not just seeds, but a whole way of life built around the cultivation of a single grain. Behind them lay the increasingly crowded societies of ancient China. Ahead of them stretched a vast tropical world of river deltas, volcanic islands, and monsoon-soaked coastlines that would prove wonderfully well-suited to the crop they carried. The spread of rice into Southeast Asia was not a single event, but a long, winding process involving at least two separate routes. The first was an overland path through the mountains and river valleys of the mainland, carrying upland rice and millet from southern China into northern Vietnam and then westward into what are now Laos, Thailand, and Myanmar. This movement appears to have been encouraged by a period of severe drought around 4,000 years ago, a dry spell that may have pushed farming communities to migrate in search of better watered lands. The second pathway was carried by the sea. The Austronesian peoples, remarkable sailors and farmers who set out from the island of Taiwan around 2,000 to 1,500 years before the Common Era, brought rice with them as they colonized the Philippines. And from there they spread across the islands of Southeast Asia, westward to Borneo, the Malay Peninsula, and Sumatra, southward to Java and beyond. The Austronesian expansion is one of the most extraordinary journeys of migration in human history. eventually carrying rice farming peoples across the entire Pacific Ocean, from Madagascar off the coast of Africa to the remote islands of the Eastern Pacific, a span covering more than half the globe. On the mainland, the earliest clear evidence of rice farming comes from sites in northern Thailand and southern Vietnam, dating to roughly 2,000 to 1,500 years before the Common Era. At a coastal site in central Thailand, the slow transition from gathering wild rice to organized farming is visible in the layers of earth, a record of change stretching back about 4,000 years. Interestingly, the first rice to arrive on the mainland was not the wet paddy rice of the Yangtze lowlands, but a variety suited to hillsides, one that could be grown without the elaborate flooding and water control that paddy farming demanded. The shift from this upland rice to the more productive flooded paddies happened later, at different times in different places, as communities adapted the new crop to their own particular landscapes. Can you picture how that might have looked? Those first hillside plots of rice cleared from the edge of a tropical forest, the grain slowly finding its footing in a new world of volcanic soil and monsoon rain. As rice established itself, it transformed every society it touched. In the great delta of the Mekong, rice farming turned a vast swampy wilderness into one of the most productive agricultural landscapes on Earth. In the central plains of Thailand, watered by the Chao Phraya River, rice became the economic foundation of kingdoms that would rise and flourish for centuries. In the river delta of Burma, rice supported the growth of early city-states and, later, a powerful empire. And on the island of Java, where volcanic soils and abundant rain created ideal growing conditions, rice surpluses helped fund the construction of some of the most magnificent temple complexes in all of Asia. Each of these societies found its own way to grow rice. In the rain-drenched uplands of Borneo, communities developed careful systems of shifting cultivation, rotating their fields through cycles of clearing, planting, and resting that kept the thin tropical soils productive. In the mountains of the Philippines, the Ifugao people carved extraordinary terraced paddies into steep mountainsides, creating landscapes of such beauty and skill that they would one day be recognized as a treasure of world heritage. In Bali, the Balinese developed a communal water-sharing system governed by temples and guided by a philosophy that sought harmony between the spiritual world, the human world, and the world of nature. The variety of rice itself multiplied as the grain moved south. Different communities selected for traits suited to their own conditions. In the dry uplands, people favored varieties that could withstand long spells without rain. In the flood-prone deltas, they chose rice that could tolerate standing water. In the fertile plains, they selected for fragrance and flavor. Over centuries, this patient work of choosing and saving seeds produced thousands of distinct varieties, each perfectly fitted to a particular combination of soil, weather, altitude, and taste. The extraordinary range of rice varieties found across Southeast Asia today, including some of the most prized fragrant types in the world, is the living legacy of this long partnership between people and plant. By the first 1,000 years of the Common Era, rice had become the undisputed staple of Southeast Asia, feeding people from the cool highlands of Yunnan to the tropical coasts of Java, from the vast deltas of the Mekong to the scattered islands of the Pacific. The grain that had begun as a wild grass along the Yangtze had, in the span of a few thousand years, quietly claimed an entire continent as its own. And in doing so, it inspired some of the most breathtaking landscapes ever shaped by human hands, the sacred terraces of the mountains, which is where our story turns next. High in the mountains of northern Luzon in the Philippines, a farmer steps onto the narrow earthen wall separating two flooded terraces and looks out across a landscape that seems to defy gravity. Below him, hundreds of rice paddies cascade down the mountainside in great curving steps, each one a mirror of sky and water, each held in place by a retaining wall built by hand from stone and packed earth. The terraces of Banaua and the surrounding province cover roughly 4,000 square miles, and if their walls were stretched end to end, they would reach more than 12,000 miles, more than half the distance around the Earth. The people who built them, the Ifugao say that their ancestors began the work around 2,000 years ago, using nothing more than wood, stone, and the shared labor of their communities. Can you picture that for a moment? The sheer patience of it, the generations of hands lifting stone and shaping mud year after year until an entire mountainside became a garden. The Ifugao rice terraces are among the most extraordinary works of farming ever achieved. Carved into slopes that rise more than 1,000 meters above sea level, they turn what should be impossible farmland, nearly vertical mountainsides with thin, acidic soils, into productive rice fields. The engineering is remarkable. Each terrace is a flat, level platform enclosed by retaining walls that can be several meters high. Water is brought from springs and streams high on the mountain through an elaborate network of bamboo pipes, stone-lined channels, and earthen canals, flowing from the highest terraces to the lowest in a controlled cascade, every field receiving just the right depth of water for the rice to thrive. The system is held together not by a central government, but by the community itself. The Ifugao have no king or ruler in the traditional sense, yet their villages are organized around the shared duty of maintaining the terraces and the water system. Ritual practices, chants, and deeply held values of balance and respect for nature have kept the system working for centuries. In 1995, the terraces were inscribed as a World Heritage Site, recognized as a living landscape that shows a remarkable harmony between people and the natural world. But the Ifugao terraces are not the only mountain rice landscapes that have captured the world's imagination. Let us travel now to the other side of the South China Sea, to the Ilau Mountains of southern Yunnan province in China. Here, the Han people have spent the last 1,300 years carving another extraordinary terrace system into the slopes above the Hong River. The Honghe Han Rice Terraces, recognized as a World Heritage Site in 2013, cascade from forested mountaintops down to the river valley below. In some places, the terraces number more than 3,000 between the edge of the forest and the valley floor. Over centuries, the Han developed a network of channels to capture water from the cloud forests above and distribute it through the landscape, feeding every field from the highest to the lowest. The Han terraces are known for their red rice, an old variety prized for its flavor and its nourishing qualities. The farming system integrates not just rice, but also buffalo, cattle, ducks, fish, and eels into a single productive landscape. The villages themselves, with their traditional thatched houses, are tucked into the hillside among the terraces, and the whole system, from forest to channel to field to village, works as a single living whole, each part supporting the others. Half a world away from Yunnan, on the volcanic island of Bali in Indonesia, another terrace system has achieved equal fame. The Balinese rice terraces, particularly those at Jatilui and Tegalalang, are managed through a system called Subak, a cooperative water-sharing network that dates back at least to the 9th century. The Subak is not simply a method for delivering water. It is a social and spiritual institution governed by temples of varying size and importance, each one marking a point where water emerges or passes through the landscape on its way downhill to irrigate the fields. The whole system reflects a philosophical idea that brings together the realms of the spirit, the human world, and the world of nature into a single harmonious whole. The terraces of Bali were recognized as a World Heritage Site in 2012. What makes the Balinese system exceptional is not just its age or its beauty, but the fact that it still works. For more than 1,000 years, the network of water temples has managed the planting schedules, water distribution, and pest control of hundreds of individual farming communities across entire watersheds. In many areas, farmers continue to grow traditional Balinese rice without any chemical fertilizers or pesticides, relying instead on the ancient rhythms of the Subak system. These mountain rice landscapes, the Philippines, China, and Bali, share something essential despite the vast distances between them. All were built without modern machines, using only human labor, simple tools, and an intimate understanding of the local water and rock. All depend on systems of cooperation that require large numbers of people to work together, systems that fall apart quickly if individual selfishness overwhelms the common good. And all are fragile, threatened by the same modern pressures that endanger traditional farming everywhere: the pull of city life, the decline of communal labor traditions, and the shifting weather patterns of a changing climate. In the Philippines, the terraces have been on a danger list since 2001, as younger generations leave the mountains for the cities and the careful, labor-heavy work of maintaining the terraces goes undone. In Bali, tourism has been both a help and a harm, bringing attention and income but also driving the conversion of rice paddies into hotels. In Yunnan, the Chinese government has invested in preserving the Hani terraces, but the lure of higher-paying work in the cities continues to draw young people away. These landscapes are more than farms. They are works of art, quiet monuments to human patience and ingenuity, and living proof that farming need not be a battle against nature but a partnership with it. And now, let us follow the story of rice as it travels to yet another ancient land, the Indian subcontinent, where the grain would acquire a spiritual meaning all its own. In the fertile floodplains of the Ganges River, sometime around 6,500 years before the Common Era, long before the great cities of the Indus Valley rose and fell, people were already gathering and perhaps growing wild rice. This makes the Indian subcontinent one of the oldest places on Earth where rice was used as food, and the precise relationship between Indian and Chinese rice cultivation remains one of the most debated questions in the history of farming. What is clear is that India's connection to rice runs extraordinarily deep, stretching back more than 8,000 years and weaving together a story of independent skill, spiritual devotion, and the ambitions of great empires. The wild rice of India is a close relative of the Chinese wild grass, but adapted to the drier, more seasonal climate of the subcontinent. Recent studies of rice genetics have shown that the process of taming rice in India was not simply a copy of what had happened in China. Indian farmers worked with their own local wild grasses in their own particular conditions, creating a distinctive blend of wetland and dryland farming suited to their own environment. However, the critical genetic changes that turned wild rice into a reliable crop, the traits that kept the seeds from falling and allowed harvesting at the right time, appear to have originated in the Yangtze Valley and gradually spread to India through the movement of seeds and peoples. In other words, Indian farmers were independently innovative, but the deepest genetic tools of domestication came originally from China. By the time of the Indus Valley civilization, roughly 2600 to 1900 years before the Common Era, rice was already being grown as a summer crop alongside wheat and barley. Research has revealed that the farmers of the Indus cities used a clever two-season system, growing wheat and barley during the cool winter months and rice during the warm, wet monsoon. This gave them a degree of food security that no single crop could provide, and it helped sustain the large populations of cities whose names, like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, still echo through history. With the rise of Vedic culture in the second millennium before the Common Era, rice acquired a spiritual significance that it carries to this day. The ancient scriptures of the Vedas, composed over many centuries, contain many references to rice. One of the sacred texts describes rice as the sons of heaven who never die, an extraordinary elevation of a food grain to something close to the divine. In Vedic rituals, rice was offered to the fire god, sprinkled over newly married couples as a blessing of fertility and plenty, and used to honor the ancestors in ceremonies for the dead. Rice was not merely eaten in ancient India, it was revered. The Vedic texts also record a remarkable diversity of rice varieties. Ancient Indian writings mention the existence of many thousands of distinct types, and even today, India is home to a staggering range of traditional rice varieties, each with its own character, flavor, and purpose. Among the most remarkable of these is a fast-growing variety that could be harvested in just 60 days, described in the oldest medical and agricultural texts. In the traditional medicine of India, This ancient variety has been used for thousands of years as a healing food, prescribed for everything from digestive troubles to conditions of the nerves. Geneticists have traced its distinct history through its own unique pattern of inherited traits, confirming it as one of the oldest continuously cultivated types of rice on Earth. As India's political geography shifted over the centuries, from the Vedic kingdoms of the Ganges Plain to the great empires of the classical period, rice became the economic engine of the south. The Chola dynasty, which ruled much of southern India from the 9th to the 13th centuries, built its power on the extraordinary productivity of the Kaveri River Delta, one of the richest rice-growing regions anywhere on the planet. The Cholas invested heavily in water infrastructure, building tanks, canals, and channels that turned the Kaveri Delta into a granary capable of producing enormous surpluses of grain. And here is something worth pausing on. Those surpluses did not merely feed people, they fed temples. The Chola system of land grants and religious endowments created a remarkable arrangement in which agricultural wealth, particularly rice, was channeled through the great Hindu temples that the Cholas built across their realm. The Great Temple at Thanjavur, one of the architectural wonders of the Chola period, is said to have received thousands of tons of rice each year from lands conquered and administered on its behalf. This rice income allowed the temple to function as a vast institution, channeling the wealth of the empire into new water systems, expanded farming, and the support of large communities. Taxes were collected in both rice and money, creating a sophisticated system that tied farming directly to the power of the state and the authority of the temples. Rice also played a part in the spread of Buddhism across the subcontinent and beyond. Buddhist monasteries relied on rice donations from their communities, and the rules governing monastic life contained detailed instructions about how rice should be properly prepared and eaten. As Buddhism traveled from India to the island now called Sri Lanka to Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and beyond, it carried with it the rice-centered culture of the Indian world, helping to establish rice as the daily bread of an enormous stretch of Asia. The Indian rice tradition, with its deep roots in ancient spirituality, its long connection to traditional medicine, and the sophisticated farming economies of the South, represents a parallel and in many ways independent chapter in the global story of rice. While the genetic origins of domestication trace back to the Yangtze, the meanings that India gave to rice were entirely its own, shaped by the unique spiritual, social, and natural conditions of the subcontinent. The sacred grain of the Vedas, the healing rice of the physicians, the temple rice of the Cholas, these are all expressions of a civilization that found in a simple grass not just food, but something approaching the divine. And now, let us turn to another chapter in the story of rice that has long been overlooked, a domestication that happened not in Asia at all, but on an entirely different continent. In the vast inland delta of the upper Niger River, in what is now the Republic of Mali, a landscape of seasonal wetlands, braided channels, and flooded grasslands stretches to the horizon. It is one of the most productive natural environments in all of West Africa, and it was here, roughly 3,000 years ago, that a people whose names we do not know accomplished something the rest of the world largely forgot. They independently domesticated rice. Not the Asian rice that feeds most of the world today, but an entirely different species, a grain with its own distinct heritage, its own strengths, and its own deeply rooted traditions. The story of African rice is one of the most underappreciated chapters in the global history of farming. For centuries, Western scholars either ignored or actively denied the possibility that rice had been independently tamed in Africa, preferring to credit all rice growing on the continent to the spread of the Asian variety. It was not until the late 20th century, when the tools of genetic analysis became powerful enough to settle the question, that the independent origin of African rice was fully accepted. The complete mapping of the African rice genome, published in 2014, provided the final proof. African rice was domesticated from its own wild ancestor, a yearly grass that thrives in the seasonal wetlands of the Niger floodplain, in a process entirely separate from what happened along the Yangtze. And there is a rather poignant dimension to this story. The domestication of African rice appears to have been driven, at least in part, by environmental crisis. More than 10,000 years ago, the Sahara was not the desert we know today. It was a green, well-watered landscape, and wild rice grasses grew across a much wider area. As the climate slowly dried and the Sahara expanded, the habitats of these wild grasses shrank. The remaining wild populations became concentrated in the Niger inland delta, and the human communities that depended on them were forced to manage the dwindling resource more carefully. In this reading of the story, the domestication of African rice was not a leisurely invention born of abundance, but a survival response to a world that was drying out. From its origin in the Niger Delta, African rice spread throughout West Africa over the following centuries. Evidence from farther down the Niger River shows that the domesticated grain had reached the regions north of present-day Benin by roughly 1100 to 1600 years ago, and it eventually became woven into the farming systems of peoples across a wide belt of the continent, from the Senegambian coast to the highlands of Guinea and the forests of Sierra Leone and Liberia. African rice differs from its Asian cousin in several important ways. It tends to produce shorter grains and lower yields, but it possesses remarkable qualities that make it uniquely suited to the West African environment. It tolerates drought better than most Asian types. It handles flooding, acidic soils, and soils with too much iron far more effectively. It matures faster, resists many local pests and diseases, and can produce a decent harvest under conditions that would devastate Asian varieties. These traits made it an invaluable crop for the rain-fed, small-scale farming of West Africa, where unpredictable rains and difficult soils demanded a grain that could survive hardship. The cultural significance of African rice in West African communities was profound. In many societies, rice farming was specifically the work of women. In parts of West Africa, the swampland farming that produced rice was solely a woman's responsibility, while men cultivated other crops on higher, drier ground. This gendered division of labor gave women a central economic and social role in their communities, a role that has been disrupted in more recent times by the introduction of Asian rice varieties and new farming technologies. The arrival of Asian rice in West Africa, beginning with the Portuguese in the 1500s and accelerating during the colonial period, gradually pushed African rice out of much of its former range. Asian varieties offered higher yields and responded better to the fertilizers and water systems that colonial farming programs introduced. By the late 20th century, African rice had been reduced to a fraction of the rice grown commercially in the region, and many traditional varieties were on the edge of disappearing entirely. But the story has taken a hopeful turn. Recognizing the unique genetic strengths of African rice, particularly its ability to withstand environmental stress, plant breeders in West Africa began crossing African and Asian rice varieties in the 1990s. The result was a new family of hybrid varieties that combine the yield potential of Asian rice with the toughness and early maturity of the African grain. These new varieties have been adopted across much of West Africa and have helped countries that once depended heavily on imported rice to move toward feeding themselves. The rediscovery and rehabilitation of African rice is more than a success story for farming. It is a correction of a historical injustice, a long overdue recognition that the peoples of West Africa were not passive receivers of agricultural knowledge from elsewhere, but independent innovators who domesticated their own species of rice and built sophisticated farming systems long before Europeans set foot on their shores. And the knowledge and skills of these African rice farmers would later cross the Atlantic in the most terrible of circumstances, carried in the memories and bodies of enslaved West Africans who would build the rice fortunes of colonial America. But that is a story for a later chapter. For now, what matters is this. Rice was domesticated not once but twice, on two different continents, by two entirely unrelated groups of people, working with two genetically distinct species of wild grass. And so, let us return to Asia now, where the Chinese Empire was about to take the art of rice growing to new heights. In the year 1012, during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong of the Song dynasty, a shipment of seed rice arrived at the Chinese court from a kingdom in what is now central Vietnam. It was a tribute gift, one of the routine diplomatic exchanges between the Chinese Empire and its southern neighbors, and it might have been forgotten entirely had the rice it contained not possessed a quality that would transform Chinese farming and help set off one of the greatest economic booms in the history of the world before the modern age. This imported rice was fast ripening, tough enough to handle dry spells, and capable of producing a harvest in just 60 days, roughly half the time required by traditional Chinese varieties. In the warm, well-watered lowlands of the south, farmers could now plant and harvest two crops in a single growing season instead of one. The effects were nothing short of revolutionary. This new rice did not arrive in a vacuum. It was part of a centuries-long process of improvement that made the Song dynasty, from 960 to 1279, the most economically vibrant era in Chinese history before the modern age. Under the Song, China's population nearly doubled, growing from roughly 55 million in the early 11th century to an estimated 120 million by the end of the 12th. This surge in population was made possible by spectacular increases in rice yields, driven by the adoption of the fast-ripening rice, the expansion of double cropping, the terracing of hillsides, and the improvement of water systems across the Yangtze Valley and the southern provinces. The Song dynasty's achievements built on foundations laid by earlier rulers. During the Han dynasty, the imperial government had established an extensive system of granaries for storing surplus grain. Under the Tang dynasty, the Grand Canal, an engineering marvel stretching roughly 1,700 kilometers, had been expanded and improved to serve as the main artery for transporting tribute grain from the fertile south to the capitals of the north. Under the Song, this system reached its greatest efficiency. The Grand Canal was not merely a route for moving goods. It was the circulatory system of the empire, the channel through which rice, the lifeblood of the state, flowed from the productive Yangtze Delta to the consuming cities of the north. The Song capital, located in what is now Henan province, required millions of units of government grain each year, most of it rice, to feed its population, its court, its officials, and the soldiers guarding the northern frontier. This rice was shipped along the canal in great convoys of barges, a logistical effort of staggering scale that required the coordination of thousands of boatmen, warehouse managers, customs officers, and military escorts. Imagine the sight of it, if you will. Hundreds of flat-bottomed barges stretching along the canal in a long, slow procession, each one loaded to the gunwales with sacks of rice, the crews calling out to one another as they navigated the locks and turns, the warehouses along the banks filling and emptying with the rhythm of the harvests. But the Song Revolution was not merely about moving rice from one place to another. It involved real changes in how rice was grown. Song-era agricultural manuals, among the earliest scientific guides to farming in any language, documented a wealth of improvements. The practice of transplanting rice seedlings from nursery beds into flooded paddies, rather than scattering seed directly into the fields, became widespread during this period. This produced more even spacing, better control of weeds, and higher yields. The use of human waste, animal manure, and composted plant material as fertilizer was organized and encouraged by government agricultural advisors who traveled the countryside. The extra rice generated by these improvements did not simply feed more mouths. It fueled a transformation of the economy. With more food available, a larger share of the population could leave farming behind and take up crafts, trade, and the bustling life of the cities. Song dynasty China saw an explosion of urban growth. Cities like Hangzhou swelled to populations of over 1 million, making them among the largest in the world. Markets, shops, restaurants, and entertainment districts flourished, and a newly sophisticated system of money, including the world's first paper currency, made trade easier and faster than ever before. The economic energy released by rice also drove a wave of invention. Song Dynasty China produced advances in printing, in the use of gunpowder, in compass navigation, in shipbuilding, and in metalwork that would eventually reshape the world. None of this would have been possible without the agricultural base that rice provided. The link is direct and clear. More rice meant more food. More food meant more people freed from farming. And more people freed from farming meant more hands and minds for invention, trade, and the creation of wealth. The Song dynasty also saw the rise of regional specialization in rice growing. The lower Yangtze Delta, with its ideal combination of flat land, abundant water, and mild weather, became the premier rice-producing region in China, a title it holds to this day. A proverb from this era captures the delta's outsized importance. It said roughly that when the harvest is good in the delta, the whole empire is well fed. Meanwhile, the terraced uplands of other southern provinces produced their own distinct varieties, adapted to their particular soils and climates, adding to the growing diversity of Chinese rice culture. The fall of the northern Song in the 1220s disrupted the canal routes, but also concentrated Chinese energy and wealth in the rice-growing south. The southern Song capital at Hangzhou became the economic engine not only of China, but of the entire East Asian trading world, sending rice, silk, porcelain, and other goods to Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia. The legacy of the Song dynasty rice revolution is immense. It showed that improvements in rice farming could drive population growth, the rise of cities, and economic development on a scale previously unheard of. It established southern China as one of the most productive farming regions on Earth, a status it has held for nearly 1,000 years. And it created the administrative and technological framework, the granaries, canals, farming guides, and extension systems that every later dynasty would inherit and build upon. A modest diplomatic gift of seed rice in 1012 had, within 2 centuries, helped create the richest and most populous society on the planet. And now, let us travel eastward across the sea to a nation where rice would become something even more than food. It would become the very soul of a country. Around 300 years before the Common Era, on the northern shores of Kyushu, the southernmost of Japan's main islands, newcomers from the Asian mainland stepped ashore carrying something that would redefine everything about the archipelago. They brought seed rice and the knowledge of how to grow it in flooded paddies. These arrivals, who had likely crossed from the Korean peninsula, brought with them an advanced system of canals, field walls, dams, and water channels, a technology unlike anything the native people of Japan had ever seen. Within a few centuries, wet rice farming had transformed Japan from a society of hunters-gatherers and small-scale gardeners into an agricultural civilization, and rice had begun its long journey toward becoming inseparable from the very idea of what it means to be Japanese. No other nation on earth has woven rice so deeply into the fabric of its identity. In Japan, rice is not merely a food. It is a cultural institution, a religious symbol, and a defining element of national character. The Japanese word gohan means both cooked rice and meal, so completely has rice become the same thing as eating itself. The 3 daily meals are literally called morning rice, noon rice, and evening rice. The written character for rice paddy is one of the most common elements in Japanese family names. Tanaka means middle of the rice field. Yamada means mountain rice field. A person's very name could tell you where their family stood in relation to the paddies that fed them. The spiritual dimensions of rice in Japan run deeper still. In the Shinto tradition, the indigenous spiritual practice of Japan, the emperor is regarded as the chief priest of the rice cult, the person who stands between the gods and the grain that sustains the nation. Each year, the emperor personally plants rice in a sacred paddy on the grounds of the Imperial Palace in Tokyo and harvests it in the autumn. The freshly gathered rice is offered to the sun goddess and the other spirits in a solemn harvest ceremony, one of the most important rituals in the Shinto calendar. Through this ritual, the emperor is understood to embody the spirit of the ripened rice, and the act of farming becomes a sacred duty that links the imperial line, the Japanese people, and the divine order of the natural world. Rice paddies also shaped the structure of Japanese feudal society for centuries, through a system of measurement based on the grain itself. The basic unit was the amount of rice thought to feed one person for a year, roughly 180 liters of unhulled grain. The wealth and rank of feudal lords were measured in how many of these units their lands produced. A lord whose territory yielded 100,000 units was vastly more powerful than one whose land produced 10,000, and the political map of feudal Japan was essentially a map of rice output. The stipends of the samurai warrior class were paid in rice. Taxes were assessed in rice. The entire economic life of the nation was counted in units of grain. This rice-based economy gave rise to one of the most distinctive traditions in Japanese culture, the art of brewing sake. The origins of true sake, made from rice water and a special mold that breaks down the rice starch into sugars that yeast can then turn into alcohol, date to at least the 8th century. Japan developed a unique approach to this fermentation, using a particular mold that produces especially effective enzymes. This mold was so culturally important that it was eventually designated Japan's national mold, a distinction that speaks volumes about how deeply the biology of rice is embedded in Japanese identity. Sake brewing was initially controlled by the government, but by the 10th century, Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines had become the main centers of production, a role they held for 500 years. The monks of one temple near the ancient capital developed innovations that remain fundamental to sake brewing even today, including the polishing of rice to expose its starchy core, a multi-stage fermentation method, and an early form of heat treatment to preserve the finished drink, a technique that preceded the famous French scientist's discovery of the same principle by several centuries. By the 1300s, sake had become so economically important that it accounted for roughly 30% of the entire national tax revenue, and the government banned home brewing to protect its income from untaxed alcohol. During the long period of rule by the Tokugawa shoguns, from 1603 to 1868, the sake industry was formalized through a licensing system that controlled how much rice each brewery could use and how much sake it could produce. This tied sake directly to the rice economy, creating an elaborate system of regulation that governed every step from paddy to cup. The Great Transformation of 1868, when Japan ended its feudal era and launched itself into the modern world, also changed the role of rice in Japanese society. The old measurement system was abolished, taxes were converted to cash payments, and the feudal economy gave way to industrial capitalism. But the cultural centrality of rice survived. Successive Japanese governments have maintained protective barriers against imported rice, treating rice self-sufficiency not as a matter of economics, but as a matter of national security and cultural identity. Japan's ability to feed itself with its own rice remains close to 100%, a remarkable achievement for a densely populated island nation, maintained at considerable cost through government support and import restrictions. The beauty of rice in Japanese culture deserves its own moment of attention. Rice paddies are not merely useful landscapes in Japan. They are deeply embedded in the national sense of what is beautiful. The sight of flooded paddies reflecting the sky in spring, the vivid green of young rice plants in summer, the golden waves of grain in autumn. These are among the most beloved images in Japanese art and literature. The great poet Basho wrote about rice planting songs, and the seasonal image of spring paddies is a recognized marker of the season in the haiku tradition. Rice paddies appear in woodblock prints, in photography, and in the carefully maintained landscapes of rural Japan, where terraced fields are celebrated as a form of living art. In the 21st century, Japan faces a quiet paradox. Rice consumption has been declining for decades as diets shift toward bread, pasta, and meat. Yet rice remains the emotional and cultural heart of Japanese food, the dish around which everything else is arranged, the grain without which a meal is not truly a meal. The tension between rice as an economic product, whose use is falling, and rice as a cultural symbol, whose importance has not diminished at all, defines much of the conversation about food and farming in Japan today. The story of rice in Japan is, in many ways, the story of Japan itself, the story of how something brought from abroad was adopted so completely that it became impossible to separate from national identity. How a single grain became the measure of wealth, the substance of prayer, and the symbol of a nation. And now, let us cross the narrow sea to the Korean peninsula, where rice would write yet another chapter of its own. In the Bronze Age settlements of the Korean peninsula, around 1500 years before the Common Era, something rather interesting was happening with rice. Analysis of charred plant remains from early sites has revealed that rice was being grown and shared not as a luxury reserved for the powerful, but as a community food eaten by people across the social spectrum. This finding overturns a long-held assumption about Korean rice history and tells a more nuanced story of how the grain arrived on the peninsula, how it was valued, and how its meaning changed as Korean society grew more complex. Rice was introduced to Korea from northeastern China, with cultivation established by roughly 700 years before the Common Era, though the grain was present in some form even earlier. During the Korean Bronze Age, rice became an increasingly important crop, as shown by the high frequency of rice remains found at many settlement sites and the discovery of actual paddy fields dating to this period. The rice grains recovered from these ancient dwellings were carefully cleaned and separated from weed seeds, which tells us that harvesting and processing methods were already quite skilled. But as Korean society became more divided into classes during the first centuries of the Common Era, with the formation of the three great kingdoms, the status of rice underwent a dramatic shift. Rice, which had been an everyday community food in the Bronze Age, became a luxury too valuable for ordinary farmers to eat. It was widely used as a form of money and for tax payments, serving as a medium of exchange in an economy where coined currency was not yet common. The transformation of rice from common food to precious currency is a quiet, but rather striking example of how political and social change can completely alter the meaning of a crop. Under the Goryeo dynasty, which ruled from 918 to 1392, rice cultivation continued to expand, and the grain took on an increasingly important role in Korean religious and cultural life. During this period, the traditional Korean rice wine became associated with community festivals and all-night celebrations. This drink, the oldest alcoholic beverage in Korea, has been brewed since the era of the Three Kingdoms using a fermentation starter that contains natural organisms capable of breaking down rice starch into sugars and then into alcohol. The process produces a tangy, slightly sweet, gently fizzy drink that was considered the wine of the farmer and the laborer, though during the Great Dynasties it was embraced by people of all stations and became a fixture at festivals, religious ceremonies, and gatherings to honor the ancestors. The Joseon dynasty, established in 1392 and lasting more than 500 years, brought further expansion of rice farming. During this long dynasty, rice planting methods spread throughout the entire country, and overall production increased substantially. The Joseon state invested in water systems, promoted farming education through the publication of agricultural guides written specifically for Korean conditions, and imposed a tax system denominated heavily in rice. The government maintained a network of state granaries that stored surplus rice for redistribution during hard times and for the supply of the military. Rice became the foundation of the Korean diet, the centerpiece of every meal, and the yardstick by which prosperity was measured. Korean rice cuisine developed its own distinctive traditions during this period. Rice cakes made from pounded grain became an essential part of celebrations. Special half-moon-shaped cakes were prepared for the autumn harvest festival, and long cylindrical cakes were made for the new year. The elaborate royal court cuisine of the Joseon dynasty featured rice in dozens of forms, from plain steamed white grain to mixed grain preparations, healing porridges and rice-based sweets. The beloved dish of mixed rice, topped with seasoned vegetables, meat, and a fiery pepper paste, evolved during this era into one of the most recognizable dishes in Korean cooking. The Korean word for cooked rice also serves as the general word for meal, reflecting the absolute centrality of the grain in Korean food culture. A Korean meal is built around a bowl of steamed rice at the center, surrounded by small side dishes of vegetables, fermented cabbage, fish, and meat. Without the rice, the other dishes are merely accompaniments. With it, they become a complete meal. This structure has remained remarkably consistent for centuries, surviving colonial rule, war, rapid industrialization, and the pressures of a changing world. The Japanese colonial period from 1910 to 1945 profoundly disrupted Korean rice farming. The colonial government promoted intensive rice production in Korea to feed Japan's growing industrial population, extracting enormous quantities of Korean rice and shipping it across the sea. Korean farmers were forced to grow Japanese rice varieties and adopt Japanese methods, and much of the rice they produced was sent to Japan, often leaving the Korean population without enough food. This colonial extraction deepened Korean resentment of Japanese rule and left a lasting wound in the Korean memory. After liberation in 1945 and the devastating Korean War that followed, both North and South Korea made rice self-sufficiency a top national priority. In the South, the government launched determined programs of agricultural modernization, introducing high-yielding rice varieties, expanding water infrastructure, and supporting farmers with subsidies. These efforts were remarkably successful. South Korea achieved rice self-sufficiency in the 1970s and has maintained it since, protecting its rice farmers with some of the highest agricultural barriers in the world. In the North, the story is tragically different. The collapse of outside support in the early 1990s cut off the food and fuel that had sustained North Korean farming, and a devastating famine in the middle of that decade killed an estimated hundreds of thousands of people. Rice production, never sufficient for the whole population, collapsed along with the rest of the agricultural system, and the country has depended on international food aid ever since. Today, rice remains at the heart of Korean identity. South Korea's fierce protection of its rice farmers is not merely an economic policy, but a cultural declaration. A statement that the grain which has sustained Korean civilization for more than 3,000 years is too important to be left to the uncertainties of global markets. The rice bowl at the center of a Korean table is not just food. It is history, identity, and belonging, served steaming hot 3 times a day. And now, let us follow the story of rice as it travels westward, beyond Asia, into the kitchens and farmlands of the Islamic world. In the kitchens of 9th century Baghdad, then the largest and most cosmopolitan city in the world, cooks were preparing rice in ways that would give birth to culinary traditions still alive today. A physician and scholar of 10th century Persia described a dish of rice cooked with meat, spices, and oil that we would recognize as pilaf, a preparation that would eventually evolve into dozens of regional variations, from the layered rice dishes of the Mughal court in India to the paella of Spain. These dishes trace their ancestry to the moment when rice and Asian grain met the culinary creativity and agricultural expertise of the Islamic world, producing a marriage of flavors and techniques that would carry rice westward across the entire Mediterranean and deep into European cuisine. Rice was not entirely unknown in the Middle East before the arrival of Islam. By the time Muslim armies reached the lands of modern Iraq in the 7th century, rice was already being farmed in the lowland marshes of southern Mesopotamia and along the southern shores of the Caspian Sea. These regions, with their abundant water and mild winters, had been cultivating rice for centuries, and Persian rice cooking had already developed a sophistication that would later influence the entire Islamic culinary world. What the expansion of Islam did was dramatically extend the range of where rice could be found. After the conquests, rice cultivation spread northward from its established areas in Iraq and Persia, and, far more significantly, the spread of Islam across North Africa and into the Iberian Peninsula carried rice westward into places where it had never been grown before. The period from the 8th to the 13th centuries saw a broad agricultural transformation across the Islamic world. Arab and Muslim traders and settlers carried rice along with sugarcane, citrus fruits, wheat, and numerous other crops across vast distances, accompanied by the transfer of water management techniques and farming knowledge. The Moors introduced rice to Spain in the 8th century, planting it along the warm eastern coast where rivers and mountain snowmelt provided the water needed for paddy farming. Rice was also brought to Sicily, likely in the 9th century, where it became an important crop long before it was widely known in the rest of Italy. The introduction of rice to the Islamic territories of Spain is one of the most consequential agricultural transfers in European history. The Moors brought not just the seeds, but the knowledge of how to grow them, constructing elaborate networks of canals, water wheels, and storage pools that turned the dry landscapes of eastern Spain into productive farmland. Rice, which needs continuous flooding for much of its growing season, was particularly demanding, and the success of rice farming in Spain was as much a testament to the skill of Islamic water engineers as to the adaptability of the plant itself. Can you picture that landscape for a moment? The flat, bright fields near the Spanish coast, flooded and shimmering in the Mediterranean sun, the channels of water running between them, the distant sound of a water wheel turning slowly in the breeze. It is a scene that would have been unimaginable in Europe before the arrival of Islamic farming knowledge. The culinary impact of rice in the Islamic world was enormous. The basic technique of cooking rice in a seasoned liquid, absorbing flavor into every grain, spread from Persia across the entire Islamic world and produced a family of dishes that today includes pilaf, pulao, biryani, and eventually paella. The Persian method involves partly boiling the rice and then steaming it to produce light, separate fluffy grains, each one carrying the flavor of saffron, rosewater, cardamom, or whatever fragrance the cook chooses to add. This technique was already well established by the time of the Great Caliphate in Baghdad, and it traveled with Islam to India, where it encountered the bold and spicy rice dishes of the Hindu tradition. The meeting of Persian and Indian rice cooking in the kitchens of the Mughal Empire, which ruled much of India from the 16th to the 19th centuries, produced one of the world's most celebrated rice dishes, the layered, fragrant preparation known as biryani. In the Mughal kitchens, the delicate flavors of the Persian style met the pungent spices of the Indian tradition, and the result was a dish of extraordinary depth, built in layers of rice, meat, and aromatics, sealed and slow-cooked until the flavors melded into something entirely new. From the Mughal court, biryani spread across the Indian subcontinent, developing into dozens of regional variations, each one beloved by the people who created it. The Islamic world also carried rice to the East African coast, where Arab and Persian traders introduced Asian varieties as early as the 8th century. Rice farming spread along the coastal lowlands of modern-day Tanzania, Kenya, and Mozambique, and a fragrant spiced rice dish descended directly from the Persian original became a staple of the coastal cuisine that blended African, Arab, and Indian flavors. At the western end of the Islamic world, the rice tradition that the Moors had brought to Spain took on a life of its own. After the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, rice farming survived in the wetlands near Valencia and in the river delta of the Ebro. From this foundation, a distinctly Spanish rice cooking tradition emerged. The shallow pan of rice cooked over an open fire, using whatever the local landscape provided, rabbit and snails in the countryside, seafood along the coast, would eventually become paella, one of the most recognized dishes in all of European cooking. The crispy, caramelized layer of rice at the bottom of the pan, prized by those who know it best, traces its lineage directly back to the rice cooking traditions that the Moors brought to Spain more than 1,000 years ago. The story of rice in the Islamic world is a story of creative transformation. Rice arrived from Asia as a simple grain and was remade by the culinary imagination, the agricultural skill, and the far-reaching trade networks of Islam into a global food tradition. From the saffron-scented rice of a Persian ceremony to the spiced dish of the East African coast, from the risotto of northern Italy to the biryani of southern India, every one of these preparations traces a line of descent back to the moment when rice crossed into the Islamic world and was given a new life. And speaking of Italy, it is there that our story turns next, to a surprising corner of Europe where rice found a permanent and rather remarkable home. In 1468, the Duke of Milan sent a curious gift to his fellow nobles in the nearby city of Ferrara, a bag of rice, accompanied by precise instructions for growing it. The Duke understood something that the rest of Europe would take centuries to appreciate. The flat, waterlogged plains of the Po Valley in northern Italy, long seen as a liability, a marshy expanse prone to flooding, were in fact perfectly suited to growing rice. Within a few decades of that gift, rice paddies had spread across the plains of Lombardy and Piedmont, transforming the landscape and the local economy and establishing Italy as the only major rice-producing nation in all of Europe, a distinction it holds to this day. The first experiments took place on the lands around Milan, where flat terrain and abundant water from alpine rivers and canals created conditions remarkably similar to the paddy lands of Asia. The Po Valley, stretching from the foothills of the Alps to the Adriatic Sea, offered exactly what rice needed: warm summers, plentiful water, and heavy clay soils that could hold standing water for the length of the growing season. By the 1500s, rice paddies had become a permanent feature of the northern Italian landscape, and the area around Vercelli in Piedmont had emerged as the heart of Italian rice production, a position it still holds today. But if the farming story of Italian rice is one of clever adaptation, the human story behind it is one of real hardship. For centuries, the labor of planting, weeding, and harvesting rice in the Po Valley paddies was done by seasonal workers, many of them women, who came to be known as the mondine. These women, many traveling from distant regions to find work during the rice season, spent long days bent over in flooded fields, their hands and feet submerged in mud, surrounded by clouds of mosquitoes, exposed to the relentless summer sun. The work was back-breaking, the pay was poor, and the conditions were often miserable. The mondine became one of Italy's most distinctive working-class cultures. They developed their own songs, their own traditions, and a fierce solidarity forged in the shared difficulty of the rice fields. The work was also dangerous. The standing water of the paddies bred disease-carrying mosquitoes, and outbreaks of illness were common in the rice-growing regions well into the 20th century. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, the mondine organized some of the earliest and most effective movements for better conditions in the history of Italian agricultural labor, striking for shorter hours, fairer pay, and safer working conditions. Their most famous legacy is a protest song that began in the rice fields and was later adopted by Italian resistance fighters during the Second World War as an anthem against oppression. That song has traveled the world since then, eventually reaching global audiences through its use in a popular television series, completing one of the most remarkable cultural journeys in the history of any labor movement. The 1949 Italian film about the lives of the rice workers, starring Silvana Mangano, brought the world of the mondine to international attention, showing the harsh conditions and the strong bonds of the women against the backdrop of post-war Italy. Italian rice varieties evolved to suit both the local growing conditions and the very particular demands of Italian cooking. Unlike Asian rice, which is usually steamed or boiled as a plain companion to other dishes, Italian rice found its highest expression in risotto, a dish that requires a specific kind of grain. The best risotto rices are short to medium-grained, with a high starch content that, when stirred continuously during cooking, releases a creamy, velvety texture while the center of each grain stays slightly firm, a quality Italians describe as having a gentle, wave-like consistency. These varieties were developed over centuries of careful selection in the Po Valley, chosen not for maximum harvest or drought resistance, but for the way they behave in the pot, a distinctly Italian contribution to the global story of rice. The risotto tradition itself likely goes back to the age of the Renaissance, when rice first became widely available in northern Italy. The earliest versions of the dish were simpler than what you would find in a Milanese restaurant today, but the basic technique, slowly adding hot liquid to rice while stirring without pause, has remained remarkably consistent for centuries. The most famous variation, flavored with saffron and bone marrow, has become a symbol of Milan, but regional versions incorporating pumpkin, seafood, mushrooms, and countless other ingredients are found throughout the rice-growing north. The economic importance of rice to northern Italy is hard to overstate. Italy is the largest rice producer in Europe, with the vast majority of its crop concentrated in the Po Valley provinces. Italian rice enjoys protected status under European law, reflecting both its quality and its deep cultural significance. The rice landscape of the Po Valley, with its flat paddies reflecting the sky, its centuries-old water channels, and its farmhouses and processing mills, is recognized as a cultural landscape of national importance. Even Leonardo da Vinci played a part in this story. In the late 1400s, the great artist and inventor designed water channels and locks in the Po Valley that improved water management in the rice-growing regions. The connection between one of the greatest minds in history and the humble rice paddy is a lovely reminder that the engineering challenges of growing rice attracted serious attention even in Renaissance Italy. The Italian exception in European rice cultivation is a wonderful example of how a crop can cross cultural boundaries and be utterly transformed. Rice arrived in Italy as an Asian curiosity, a novelty from distant lands, and was adopted, adapted, and reimagined into something distinctly Italian. Risotto, the rice varieties bred for it, the songs of the Mondine, the landscapes of the Po Valley, all of these are proof that the story of rice is not only an Asian story, but a truly global one, and that wherever rice takes root, it has the quiet power to create not just food, but culture. Now, let us pause and consider the grain itself in all its astonishing variety. In a cold storage vault at a research institute in the Philippines, row upon row of sealed packets line metal shelves that stretch from floor to ceiling. Each packet holds a small quantity of seed rice, carefully dried and sealed, representing a unique variety of cultivated rice or one of its wild relatives. There are more than 132,000 different samples in this collection, making it the largest library of rice diversity on Earth. If every variety were planted side by side, they would produce a range of colors, shapes, sizes, and flavors that would take your breath away. Grains as long and slender as needles, and grains as round and plump as little pearls. Rice that is white, brown, red, purple, and nearly black. Rice that smells of flowers and rice that smells of warm nuts. Rice that cooks to a firm, separate texture and rice that becomes so sticky it can be rolled into balls and eaten by hand. The diversity of rice is one of the most remarkable achievements of 10,000 years of human farming, and it tells a story that stretches from the swamps of prehistoric China to the laboratories of modern science. The broadest division in cultivated rice is between two great families. One group, which thrives in the tropics and subtropics, produces the long-grained varieties that dominate rice farming across South and Southeast Asia. These grains tend to stay firm and separate when cooked, which makes them perfect for pilafs, fried rice, and dishes where you want each grain to stand on its own. The other group, found mainly in the cooler climates of East Asia, produces shorter, rounder grains that are higher in a particular kind of starch that gives them a stickier, more cohesive texture when cooked. This is the quality that allows sushi rice to hold its shape and Korean rice to be pressed into neat little triangles. Within these broad categories, the variety is staggering. Sticky rice, sometimes called glutinous rice because of its opaque, waxy appearance when raw, contains almost entirely one type of starch, which gives it its extreme stickiness when cooked. In Laos, northern Thailand, and parts of southern China, sticky rice is the everyday grain, steamed in bamboo baskets and eaten by hand, torn off in small pieces and used to scoop up meat and vegetable dishes. In the rest of the region, sticky rice is saved mostly for sweets and special occasions, pounded into soft cakes in Japan, shaped into filled dumplings in China, and used in colorful desserts across Southeast Asia. Among the most celebrated rice varieties in the world are the aromatic types, whose fragrance comes from the same naturally occurring compound that gives freshly baked bread and popcorn their inviting smell. The two most famous aromatic rices are basmati and jasmine. Basmati, whose name comes from a word meaning fragrant, is grown primarily in the foothills of the Himalayas across northwestern India and Pakistan. What makes it special is its extraordinary ability to stretch when cooked. A high-quality basmati grain can grow to more than twice its original length while staying slender and separate, a quality treasured across South Asian and Middle Eastern kitchens. Genetic studies have revealed something rather surprising about basmati. Despite looking like one type of rice, its genetics are more closely related to another type entirely, suggesting a complex history of mixing and blending deep in its ancestry. Jasmine rice, known in Thailand by a name that means rice with the fragrance of jasmine flowers, is the prestige grain of Southeast Asia. It was developed and perfected in the paddies of a region in northeastern Thailand that was long considered one of the poorest parts of the country. Jasmine rice transformed the economic fortunes of its growers when international demand exploded in the late 20th century. It has a slightly sticky texture and a floral aroma that is strongest when freshly harvested, fading gently over time as the fragrant compounds slowly evaporate. The Thai government has fiercely protected the jasmine rice name, and the variety has become a source of deep national pride. The diversity of rice reaches far beyond these well-known types. Across Asia, thousands of traditional varieties have been tended by local communities for centuries, each one adapted to a particular patch of soil, a particular altitude, a particular pattern of rain. In the northeastern Indian states, indigenous communities cultivate hundreds of varieties, many suited to the steep terrain and heavy monsoons of the region. In the Philippine highlands, the Ifugao rice terraces were traditionally planted with a red mountain variety that takes 6 months to ripen at the cool heights of the mountains and has a nutty flavor no commercial variety can match. In Sri Lanka, traditional varieties were prized for their taste and their healing properties in the ancient medical tradition, though many fell out of favor when modern high-yielding types were promoted. The colors of rice tell their own story. Most rice consumed around the world is white, meaning the outer layer has been polished away, leaving only the starchy center. But unmilled rice keeps its outer coat, which comes in a range of hues. Brown rice retains its full covering. Red rice, colored by natural pigments, is the everyday grain of Bhutan and is grown in the wetlands of southern France. Black or purple rice, sometimes called forbidden rice because legend says it was once kept only for Chinese royalty, has become popular in health-conscious markets around the world. The way this enormous variety was created is one of the great unsung achievements of civilization. For 10,000 years, farmers across Asia, Africa, and eventually other continents chose, saved, exchanged, and bred rice to suit their particular needs. Varieties that handled drought or flood, that ripened early or late, that resisted insects, that tasted a certain way, that grew in deep water or on dry hillsides. This work, carried out by countless unnamed farmers over hundreds of generations, is one of the longest and most productive acts of biological shaping in human history. The threat to this diversity is real and growing. As commercial farming expands and a handful of modern varieties dominate the market, thousands of traditional types are disappearing. Each one lost represents a combination of traits developed over centuries, gone forever. The Great Seed Bank in the Philippines and similar collections around the world are racing to gather and preserve this diversity before it vanishes. But a seed stored in a vault however carefully kept, is a frozen snapshot removed from the living landscape where varieties continue to change and adapt. The question of whether the world can preserve the genetic richness of rice while also feeding a growing population is one of the great challenges of our time. And now, let us turn to a darker chapter, the story of how European empires encountered and exploited the rice-growing societies of Asia. In the spring of 1511, a Portuguese general stood at the prow of a warship in a narrow strait in Southeast Asia, preparing to attack the greatest trading port in the region. The city of Malacca controlled the waterway through which nearly all maritime trade between East and West Asia passed, and among the most valuable cargoes flowing through that strait was rice, the staple grain of every civilization on its shores. When the Portuguese seized Malacca, they did not take control of rice itself. The grain was too bulky and too cheap to interest merchants chasing the spice trade, but they inserted themselves into the trade networks that had moved rice across Southeast Asia for centuries. They disrupted shipping, imposed tolls, and redirected the flow of goods. In doing so, they became the first European power to entangle itself in the rice economies of Asia. They would not be the last. The Portuguese impact on Asian rice was indirect but real. In Goa, on the western coast of India, which the Portuguese captured in 1510 and made the capital of their eastern holdings, the colonial administration found a society already built around rice. The fertile lowlands of Goa had produced rice for centuries, and the Portuguese, rather than trying to replace the crop, learned to eat it themselves. They adapted rice to their own cooking style and developed dishes that blended Portuguese techniques with Indian ingredients, a fusion that would eventually produce the distinctive cuisine of Goa that survives today. Far more damaging was the impact of the Dutch in Java. The Dutch trading company established its Asian headquarters at the city that is now Jakarta in 1619, and from that base gradually extended its control across the Indonesian islands. The Dutch were not initially interested in rice as a product for export. They were after the fabled Spice Islands and their cloves, nutmeg, and mace. But as the Dutch consolidated power over Javanese society, they began to reshape the island's farming economy in ways that had terrible consequences for rice-growing communities. The most destructive Dutch policy was a system of forced cultivation introduced in 1830. Under this system, Javanese villages were required to devote a fifth of their farmland to export crops chosen by the colonial government, mainly coffee, sugarcane, and indigo, or alternatively to provide 66 days of labor each year on government plantations. In theory, the arrangement was supposed to leave villagers enough land and time to grow their own food. In practice, the demands for export crops steadily expanded, squeezing out the rice farming that families depended on to feed themselves. The consequences were devastating. In the 1840s, a region of Western Java suffered a severe famine directly caused by this system, as land that should have grown rice had been diverted to sugarcane and indigo. The famine spread to central Java, where death rates rose by an estimated 30% and tens of thousands of people starved. At its peak, this forced cultivation system accounted for roughly half of the Dutch government's total revenue, enriching the Netherlands while impoverishing the Javanese farmers who produced the wealth. The system continued in various forms until 1870, but the damage to Javanese rice farming communities lasted for decades afterward. The bitter memory of forced planting remains a painful chapter in Indonesian national history. In the Philippines, Spanish colonialism operated through a different system but produced equally harmful effects on rice farming. The Spanish system of land grants, established shortly after the founding of Manila in 1571, gave Spanish soldiers and officials the right to extract tribute and labor from local communities. This tribute was often assessed in rice, forcing Filipino farmers to hand over a share of their harvest. As the colonial system matured, Spanish religious orders accumulated vast estates across the Philippine lowlands, including some of the most productive rice-growing land on the main island. Filipino farmers worked these estates as tenants, trapped in cycles of debt that kept them permanently poor, a system of bondage that would later fuel revolutionary movements against Spanish rule. The Spanish also introduced corn and other crops from the Americas to the Philippines. On the drier islands where rice was difficult to grow, corn gradually replaced rice as the main food, a dietary shift with lasting consequences. Today, the Philippines remains one of the world's largest importers of rice, unable to produce enough to feed its own population, a situation that some historians trace back to the colonial disruption of traditional rice farming and the concentration of the best land in the hands of a small elite. The broader pattern of European colonialism's impact on Asian rice is one of disruption, extraction, and redirection. Colonial powers did not generally introduce rice to new regions, as the grain was already established across nearly all of monsoon Asia. Instead, they reshaped the rice economies they found, imposing new taxes, diverting farmland to export crops, inserting themselves into trade networks, and concentrating land in colonial or allied hands. The result was that rice, which had sustained relatively self-sufficient communities for thousands of years, was increasingly drawn into a global system that served European commercial interests at the expense of Asian food security. The consequences of this disruption shaped the political history of the region for generations. The land reform movements that swept through China, Vietnam, and the Philippines in the 20th century were direct responses to the extreme concentration of landholding that colonialism had created or made worse. The emphasis on rice self-sufficiency that became a defining goal of virtually every Asian nation after independence was a reaction to the experience of having food production bent to serve foreign interests. The story of rice under colonialism is not one of simple victimhood, as Asian societies adapted, resisted, and eventually reasserted control over their own farming. But it is a story that cannot be ignored if one wishes to understand why rice remains, across so much of Asia, not just a food but a symbol of sovereignty. And now, let us cross the Atlantic to a place where rice, slavery, and stolen knowledge came together to build a fortune built on suffering. Sometime around 1685, a ship arrived at the harbor of Charlestown, the colonial capital of South Carolina, carrying a small quantity of seed rice. The precise origins of this shipment are disputed. One story says it came from a storm-damaged ship bound for Madagascar, whose captain offered a bag of rough rice as thanks for repairs. Another traces it to the coast of Africa. What is not disputed is what happened next. Within a few decades, rice cultivation would transform the South Carolina lowlands from a struggling colonial settlement into one of the wealthiest regions in British North America. And every bit of that wealth would be built on the stolen knowledge, the stolen labor, and the stolen lives of enslaved Africans. The key to understanding this story is a simple fact that is often overlooked. English colonists in the 17th century knew nothing about growing rice. Rice was not a crop of England or Northern Europe. It required techniques of water management, the building of dikes, sluices, and drainage channels to flood and drain fields at precise intervals that were completely foreign to European farming experience. The people who did possess this knowledge, who had cultivated rice for generations in the river floodplains and tidal marshes of West Africa, were the very people the colonists had enslaved. By the 1720s, Carolina rice growers were specifically requesting enslaved Africans from the rice coast of West Africa, the stretch from modern Senegal through Sierra Leone, Liberia, and beyond. Plantation owners were willing to pay higher prices for people from these areas precisely because of their rice-growing expertise. These enslaved men and women, many from peoples who had tended rice paddies for generations, brought a deep understanding of tropical rice farming, how to prepare the soil, how to plant, how to manage water flow, how to harvest and process the grain. The plantations they were forced to build in the Carolina lowlands reproduced, in many essential details, the rice farming methods of their African homelands. The variety that came to define Carolina rice was called Carolina Gold, a long-grained rice with a distinctive golden husk that became one of the most prized food products in the Atlantic world. When properly milled and cooked, it produced fluffy, separate grains considered finer than any rice available in European markets. It was exported to England, the Caribbean, and ports across the Mediterranean, commanding premium prices and generating enormous profits. The profits were staggering. By the mid-1700s, rice had made South Carolina one of the richest of the 13 original colonies. Charleston became one of the wealthiest cities in the Atlantic world, its grand townhouses, gardens, and cultural institutions all funded by rice money. Slaveholders called their plantations gold mines, and the name was not far from the truth. Profit margins on rice could reach as high as 26%, a remarkable figure for any farming enterprise. But the human cost behind those profits was beyond reckoning. Rice farming in the Carolina lowlands was among the most brutal forms of labor in the entire system of American slavery. Enslaved people labored in standing water and thick mud, often waist-deep, in the crushing heat and humidity of the Carolina summer. Mosquitoes bred in the flooded paddies, and diseases carried by those insects killed workers at appalling rates. The death rate on low-country rice plantations exceeded that of virtually any other form of agricultural labor in North America. Imagine for a moment what that life must have been like. The endless back-breaking work in the mud and water, the insects, the heat, the knowledge that the skills you carried, the knowledge your parents and grandparents had given you, was being used to enrich the very people who held you in chains. It is a scene of extraordinary cruelty, made worse by the bitter irony that the enslaved workers were the true experts, and their enslavers were the ones who could not have grown a single grain without them. The enslaved communities of the Low Country, isolated on remote plantations and connected more closely to one another and to their African heritage than to the society that held them captive, developed one of the most distinctive cultures of African descent in North America. The Gullah Geechee people, as they came to be known, preserved more of their African language, food traditions, and cultural practices than almost any other community in the United States. Their rice-based dishes, including red rice and other preparations, reflect the direct continuation of African cooking traditions carried across the Atlantic. The decline of Carolina rice began with the Civil War. The Low Country plantations depended entirely on enslaved labor, and when freedom came in 1865, the workforce that had built and maintained the elaborate system of dikes and water gates simply walked away. Freed people, understandably, had no wish to return to the flooded fields that had been the scene of their suffering. Without their labor and knowledge, the plantations could not function. A series of devastating storms in the late 1800s and early 1900s destroyed dikes and flooded fields with salt water, speeding the collapse. By the 1920s, commercial rice growing in the Carolina Low Country had effectively ended, and American rice production shifted westward to Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and California. In recent decades, Carolina Gold rice has experienced a quiet revival. Heritage rice enthusiasts have reintroduced the variety, growing it on a small scale and promoting it as a premium product. This revival has been accompanied by a growing acknowledgement of the African origins of Carolina rice culture and the central role of enslaved people in creating one of America's most profitable industries. The rice itself, when tasted, lives up to its reputation: light, fragrant, with a delicate nutty flavor that sets it apart from any commercial variety available today. The story of Carolina Gold is, at its heart, a story about whose knowledge and whose labor built the wealth of nations, and whose suffering was erased from the record. And now, let us return to Asia, where British colonial rule in India would write another devastating chapter in the history of rice and empire. In October of 1943, in the villages of rural Bengal, a woman sat outside her collapsed hut with her 2 surviving children, too weak from starvation to walk to the nearest place where food was being given out. She was one of millions. The streets of Calcutta were lined with starving people, some already dead, others dying slowly in full view of passers-by. An artist, then a young teacher at a local art school, walked the city sketching the dying, producing a series of drawings that became one of the most haunting visual records of famine ever created. The Bengal famine of 1943 killed an estimated 3 million people, and it was not a natural disaster. It was the product of a colonial system that had spent 2 centuries reorganizing India's rice economy to serve British interests. And when crisis came, the empire chose war over Bengali lives. To understand how this happened, we must go back to the beginning of British colonial rule. When the East India Company took control of Bengal after the Battle of Plassey in 1757, it gained power over one of the most productive rice-growing regions on earth. The Ganges Plain and the Bengal Delta, with their rich soils, abundant water, and warm climate, had produced surplus rice for thousands of years. Under the previous Mughal administration, Bengal had been prosperous, its farmers and artisans integrated into a complex domestic economy that the British would systematically take apart. The first catastrophe came in 1770, barely 13 years after the British took control. The Great Bengal Famine of that year killed an estimated 10 million people, roughly a third of Bengal's population. While drought played a role, the severity of the famine was vastly amplified by company policies. The company had sharply increased the land tax and demanded payment in cash rather than in grain, which forced farmers to sell their rice on the market even when their own families were going hungry. When the rains failed, the combination of empty food stores and continued tax collection turned a bad harvest into an apocalyptic catastrophe. The company, far from offering help, actually increased its total tax collection during the famine year, extracting revenue from a dying population. Over the next century and a half, British rule transformed India's rice economy in ways that made the population ever more vulnerable to famine. The push to commercialize rice production, which the British called modernization, meant that more and more of Bengal's harvest was sold and exported rather than stored locally against bad years. The construction of railways, which should have made it easier to move food to hungry areas, in practice served mainly to move grain more efficiently out of surplus regions and into export markets. The colonial belief in leaving markets alone provided a convenient excuse for doing nothing while millions starved. The result was a succession of devastating famines throughout the 19th century. In 1866, roughly 1 million people died in a famine in the eastern state of Orissa. Between 1876 and 1878, a great famine across southern India killed between 5.5 and 10 million people. Another famine at the turn of the century killed between 6 and 19 million. In each case, the pattern was the same. A natural shock, such as drought or cyclone, was made catastrophically worse by colonial policies that prioritized revenue, exports, and fiscal rules over the preservation of human life. The Bengal famine of 1943 was the last and most devastating in this long sequence, and it was unique in one important respect. Unlike the earlier famines, which had been triggered at least partly by genuine crop failures, the 1943 famine struck when Bengal's rice harvest was only slightly below average. The famine was caused not by a failure of production, but by a failure of distribution, a failure directly traceable to wartime colonial decisions. When Japan captured Burma in early 1942, Bengal lost its largest source of imported rice, between 1 and 2 million tons each year. The colonial government, fearing a Japanese invasion of India through Bengal, ordered a scorched earth policy in the coastal districts, confiscating boats, carts, and work animals to deny them to potential invaders. This destroyed the transportation system that Bengalis depended on for fishing, trade, and moving food from areas of surplus to areas of need. At the same time, the colonial government stockpiled food for the military and exported rice to supply British forces elsewhere. India exported more than 70,000 tons of rice in the first half of 1943, quantities that could have kept hundreds of thousands of people alive. When Indian officials began requesting food imports, their requests were rejected or delayed for months by the war leadership in London. The colony was not allowed to spend its own money or use its own ships to bring in food. The private views of the British Prime Minister toward India and the famine, recorded by those around him, suggest a level of disregard for Bengali suffering that went beyond the cold logic of wartime decisions. A scientific study published decades later confirmed what many had long suspected, that the 1943 famine was the only major famine in the region over a 70-year span that was not connected to a genuine drought. It was, the researchers concluded, primarily a man-made catastrophe. The famine left deep scars on the Bengali consciousness and on Indian nationalism. The sight of millions starving while the colonial government focused on the war effort radicalized a generation and strengthened the moral case for independence, which came 4 years later. The economist who would later win the Nobel Prize for his work on famine and poverty was 9 years old during the Bengal famine and witnessed its effects firsthand. His influential argument that famines are caused not by food shortages alone, but by failures in the social and political systems that determine who gets to eat, was directly inspired by what he saw as a child. The broader legacy of British colonial rice policy in India is one of extraction and vulnerability. Pre-colonial India had been one of the world's largest and most productive agricultural societies, with rice at its center. 2 centuries of colonial rule redirected India's rice economy toward export and foreign profit, degraded traditional food security, and left the new nation of India in 1947 facing the urgent task of feeding more than 300 million people whose farming system had been designed to serve someone else's interests. India's post-independence emphasis on growing enough food for its own people, which eventually led to the Green Revolution, was a direct answer to the colonial legacy of dependence and suffering. The rice fields of Bengal, where millions died because an empire chose not to feed them, became the moral foundation on which independent India built its food policy. And now, let us turn to 3 great river deltas that would become the rice bowls of the world. In 1855, a British colonial surveyor stood at the edge of the Irrawaddy Delta in Lower Burma and saw little but jungle, mangrove swamp, and tall grass stretching to the horizon. The delta, a vast plain where the Irrawaddy River fans out into dozens of channels before emptying into the sea, was sparsely populated and almost entirely uncultivated. Within 50 years, that same landscape would be transformed into one of the most productive rice-growing regions on Earth, and Burma would become the world's largest rice exporter, shipping millions of tons of grain each year to markets in India, China, Japan, and Europe. The story of how 3 great river deltas, the Irrawaddy in Burma, the Chao Phraya in Thailand, and the Mekong in Vietnam, became the rice bowls of Asia is a story of colonial ambition, migrant labor, sweeping ecological change, and the global appetite for a single grain. The transformation of the Irrawaddy Delta began after Britain took control of Lower Burma in 1852. The colonial government recognized the farming potential of the delta's rich soils and set about draining marshes, building embankments, and encouraging settlement. Starting from 1861, engineers directed the construction of flood control and drainage systems that made it possible to convert wetlands into rice paddies on an enormous scale. Burmese farmers from the drier central regions migrated south in huge numbers, drawn by the promise of land and the chance to participate in a growing rice trade. The results were dramatic. Between 1855 and 1900, the area under rice cultivation in Lower Burma expanded roughly tenfold. Rice exports grew to match, and by the early 20th century, Burma was shipping between 3 and 4 million tons of rice each year, more than any other country on the planet. The port of Rangoon became one of the busiest grain shipping points in the world, its docks piled high with sacks destined for Calcutta, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Liverpool. But this transformation came at a steep price. The rice economy of colonial Burma was controlled not by the Burmese farmers who worked the land, but by a small class of Indian and Chinese moneylenders, millers, and exporters who dominated the commercial side of things. Burmese farmers, many of them recent arrivals without savings or social networks, borrowed heavily to finance their land clearing and planting. When harvests were poor or prices fell, they lost their land to the moneylenders and became tenants or day laborers on fields they had once owned. By the 1930s, roughly half of the farmland in Lower Burma had passed out of Burmese hands, and the rice economy that was supposed to bring prosperity had instead created a dispossessed rural class whose anger would eventually fuel the independence movement. Thailand, the only Southeast Asian nation never colonized by a European power, developed its rice export economy on somewhat different terms, though the broad arc of the story was remarkably similar. The Chao Phraya River Delta in central Thailand had been a rice-growing region for centuries, but it was a trade agreement with Britain in 1855 that catalyzed the transformation of Thai rice from a crop grown for local consumption into an export industry. The Thai monarchy, recognizing the opportunity, promoted the expansion of rice farming in the Central Plains. By the early 20th century, Thailand had joined Burma as one of the world's major rice exporting nations. The Thai rice story differed from the Burmese in one crucial respect. Thai farmers generally kept ownership of their land. The Thai monarchy's ability to negotiate trade on its own terms, rather than having those terms forced upon it by conquest, allowed for a somewhat less damaging pattern of development. Thai fragrant rice, developed in the northeastern part of the country, would eventually become one of the most valued varieties in the world, and Thailand would compete for the title of the world's largest rice exporter throughout the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Vietnam's emergence as a major rice exporter is primarily the story of the Mekong Delta, one of the most productive agricultural landscapes on the planet. The Mekong River rises on the high plateau of Central Asia and flows more than 4,000 kilometers through 6 countries before reaching southern Vietnam, depositing enormous quantities of nutrient-rich mud across the delta and creating soils of extraordinary fertility. The Vietnamese had grown rice in the Red River Delta in the north for thousands of years, but it was the gradual southward expansion of Vietnamese settlement over many centuries that brought rice to the Mekong Delta. Under French colonial rule, which lasted from the 1860s to 1954, the Mekong Delta was extensively developed for commercial rice production. French engineers built canals and drainage systems that opened up land that had never been farmed before, and large landholdings were granted to French colonists and local allies. As in Burma, the colonial rice economy was designed to produce grain for export rather than to feed the local population, and the benefits flowed to landowners and exporters while the farmers who did the work remained poor. The transformation of Vietnam into one of the world's top rice exporters came only after the reunification of the country in 1975 and a set of economic reforms launched in 1986. Before these reforms, Vietnam's collective farming system had been unable to feed the country, and Vietnam was actually importing rice. The reforms gave land back to individual farming families and allowed them to sell surplus production on the open market. The response was swift and dramatic. Vietnamese rice production roughly doubled within a decade, and by the early 1990s, Vietnam had gone from rice importer to one of the world's top 3 exporters, with the vast majority of the export crop coming from the Mekong Delta. Today, all 3 of these great rice deltas face a common threat that their developers could never have anticipated. The Irrawaddy, the Chao Phraya, and the Mekong deltas are all low-lying, barely above sea level, and all are vulnerable to rising seas, salt water creeping upstream, changing rain patterns, and increased flooding. The Mekong Delta, which produces roughly half of Vietnam's rice, is especially at risk. Dams built upstream are reducing the flow of nutrient-rich sediment that replenishes the delta's soils. Pumping of underground water is causing the land to sink. Salt water is reaching further inland with each passing year. The rice bowls that were carved from swamp and jungle in the 19th century may, within a few decades, begin to return to the sea from which they were reclaimed. And now, let us turn to a time when rice became not just a source of food, but a weapon of revolution and a cause of terrible suffering. In the spring of 1950, in a village in southern China, a landowner was brought before an assembly of farmers who had gathered in the village square. The scene was being repeated across the Chinese countryside. The newly victorious Communist Party was carrying out its land reform campaign, redistributing rice paddies from the wealthy few to the poor farmers who had worked them for generations. The landowners' fields, accumulated over decades, were divided among the village's poorest residents. The land reform campaign, which touched virtually every village in rural China between 1949 and 1953, was at its core a revolution about rice, about who owned the paddies, who controlled the harvest, and who ate. The Chinese Communist Revolution drew much of its popular support from the rice-growing South, where centuries of land concentration had left millions of farming families working as tenants, handing over half or more of their harvest to absentee landlords they might never see. The promise to give the land to the people who worked it resonated powerfully in these communities, and the redistribution that followed the communist victory in 1949 was the most sweeping reshuffling of farmland in human history, affecting an estimated 300 million people and roughly 47 million hectares of land. But the revolution's relationship with rice would soon turn catastrophic. In 1958, a campaign called the Great Leap Forward was launched, an attempt to rapidly industrialize China by mobilizing the entire population in a massive effort of collective labor. Private farming was abolished and rural families were forced into state-run communes. Farmers were ordered to divert their time and energy from growing food to producing steel in small backyard furnaces and other industrial projects. The impact on rice production was devastating. Under intense pressure to demonstrate the success of the campaign, local officials filed wildly inflated reports of rice yields. These false numbers were then used to set collection quotas that stripped villages of virtually their entire harvest, leaving the farmers themselves with nothing to eat. Along expected travel routes of senior leaders, officials arranged elaborate deceptions, transplanting rice seedlings from surrounding fields and packing them densely along roadsides to give the impression of bumper harvests. The transplanted plants died, and the fields they were taken from were stripped bare. Official newspapers published fantastical claims of yields 65 times higher than what was actually possible, celebrating achievements that existed only on paper. The Great Chinese Famine that resulted, lasting from 1959 to 1961, was the deadliest famine in recorded history. Most historians estimate the death toll at 30 to 45 million people. In the rice-growing provinces of the south, entire villages starved as grain collection teams confiscated rice to feed the cities and to maintain exports that were meant to prove the success of the campaign. The famine was not caused by drought or flood. It was caused by a political system that had completely lost touch with reality, that enforced collection quotas based on imaginary harvests, and whose leaders refused to acknowledge the catastrophe until millions had already perished. In Vietnam, rice played an equally central role in the revolutionary struggle, though the story unfolded differently. The Vietnamese independence movement, like the Chinese Revolution, drew its core support from landless farmers in the rice-growing countryside. The French colonial land system in Vietnam had concentrated rice-growing land in the hands of a tiny elite. In the Mekong Delta, less than 3% of landowners held more than 45% of the cultivated area, while the majority of farmers owned no land at all or worked plots too small to feed their families. After securing control of North Vietnam following the Geneva Agreement of 1954, the government launched a major land reform campaign modeled on the Chinese example. Between 1953 and 1956, rice land was redistributed to nearly 10 million farmers. However, like its Chinese model, the Vietnamese campaign was accompanied by violent excesses. Thousands of people were wrongly classified and subjected to public trials, imprisonment, and worse. The leader of North Vietnam acknowledged the campaign's errors and issued a public apology, a rare admission for any leader of that era. During the war that followed, rice became a strategic weapon for both sides. The guerrilla forces in the south sustained their campaign in large part through rice collected from sympathetic villages or taken from government-controlled areas. The South Vietnamese government, with American support, implemented a program of fortified villages designed to isolate the rural population from contact with the guerrillas. This program disrupted rice farming, turned the farming population against the government, and ultimately strengthened the very forces it was meant to weaken. American military strategy included efforts to deny rice to the opposition through crop destruction and the use of chemical sprays that devastated the agricultural landscape, leaving lasting environmental damage. The reunification of Vietnam in 1975 brought collective farming to the south, modeled on the northern system. But collectivized rice growing in Vietnam proved just as inefficient as it had been in China. By the early 1980s, Vietnam could not feed itself and depended on imported food. The economic reforms of 1986 effectively gave land back to individual farming families, and the result was a surge in rice production that transformed Vietnam from a food deficit country into one of the world's largest rice exporters in less than a decade. The story of rice and revolution in China and Vietnam reveals a recurring pattern. The grain that feeds the population is always at the center of political power. When the distribution of land becomes too unequal, rice becomes a revolutionary demand. When revolutionary governments try to control rice production through collectivization, the results are often catastrophic. And when those same governments eventually loosen their grip and allow farmers to tend their own fields, production rises. The lesson learned at the cost of tens of millions of lives is that rice grows best when the people who plant it have both the freedom and the reason to tend it well. And now, let us turn to a very different kind of revolution, one that began not on a battlefield, but in a laboratory in the Philippines. In 1967, a farmer in southeastern India received a small quantity of unfamiliar rice seed from a research institute in the Philippines. The seed was given a simple code name, and the plant it produced was nothing to look at, a short, sturdy thing that grew to barely half the height of the traditional Indian varieties that had been cultivated in the region for centuries. The farmer planted the new seed on trial plots near his village. When the harvest came, he and his neighbors were astonished. The squat little plants, which had looked so unpromising beside the tall, graceful traditional varieties, produced yields of 4 to 5 tons per hectare, more than double what Indian farmers typically harvested. Within a year, the new seed was being shared across the district, and within a few years it had spread across India. The era of what people came to call the miracle rice had begun. The story of this new rice begins at a research institute established in 1960 on a campus in the Philippine province of Laguna, funded by 2 American charitable foundations. The institute's founding purpose was urgent and specific: to develop new rice varieties that could dramatically increase yields and prevent the famine that many experts believed was inevitable as Asia's population grew faster than its food supply. The fear of a global food crisis was very real in the early 1960s. A widely read book published in 1968 predicted mass starvation in Asia within a decade. The institute assembled a team of talented plant breeders and scientists from several countries. Their approach was to cross thousands of rice varieties, searching for combinations that would produce shorter, sturdier plants with larger grain heads. The key insight, borrowed from earlier work on wheat in Mexico, was that traditional tall rice varieties wasted much of their growing energy on stem and leaf rather than on grain. A shorter plant could direct more of its resources into producing the part that people actually eat, and its sturdier stem would not bend or snap under the weight of a heavy grain head, a problem called lodging that limited yields whenever fertilizer was applied to traditional varieties. The breakthrough came when researchers crossed a tall, vigorous variety from Indonesia with a dwarf variety from Taiwan that carried a gene for short stature. After years of careful selection and testing, the result was released in late 1966. This new variety stood about 1 meter tall, roughly half the height of traditional Asian rice, and it responded dramatically to fertilizer, producing yields that older varieties simply could not match. Under the best conditions, it could produce 10 tons per hectare, 5 to 10 times the yields of traditional types. The impact across Asia was enormous. In the Philippines, annual rice production roughly doubled within 2 decades, and the country became a rice exporter for the first time in the 20th century. Across the continent, the new rice, combined with a parallel revolution in wheat, prevented the famine that population experts had feared. Between 1960 and 2000, rice production in Asia roughly doubled, keeping pace with population growth and improving the amount of food available to each person. But the miracle came with costs that took years to become fully apparent. The new varieties were designed to produce maximum yields under ideal conditions, which meant they needed large amounts of manufactured fertilizer, reliable irrigation, and chemical pesticides. Traditional varieties, which had been selected over centuries to cope with local conditions without these additions, were pushed aside. With them went the farming knowledge and the seed-saving habits of generations. The result was a system of farming that was more productive but also more dependent on purchased supplies and more vulnerable when those supplies failed. The social consequences were unevenly spread. Wealthier farmers who could afford the new seeds, fertilizers, and pest control chemicals, and who had access to dependable water, benefited enormously. Poorer farmers who could not afford these things or who farmed land without irrigation adopted the new varieties late or not at all, falling further behind their better-off neighbors. In many areas, the gap between rich and poor farmers widened rather than narrowed, and smallholders who could not keep up were forced to sell their land to larger operations. The environmental effects were equally mixed. The sharp increase in fertilizer use contributed to pollution of rivers and coastal waters, creating lifeless zones where fish and other creatures could not survive. Heavy use of pesticides, particularly in the early years, killed not only the intended pests but also the fish, frogs, and water creatures that had been part of the traditional paddy ecosystem, and in some areas part of the diet of the poorest families. The effects on women's lives have also been increasingly recognized. In many Asian rice-growing societies, women had traditionally played a central role in choosing seeds, transplanting seedlings, and processing the harvested grain. The shift to modern varieties, which arrived as standardized commercial seed rather than seed saved at home, and the increasing use of machines for tasks like threshing, displaced women from some of their traditional roles. Where the new farming created wealth, that wealth flowed disproportionately to men, who controlled land ownership and cash income in most Asian societies. Despite all of these criticisms, the basic achievement of the new rice is hard to deny. The short, sturdy varieties saved millions, possibly billions of people from hunger. The prediction that Asia would starve in the 1970s did not come true, and the new rice was a major reason why. The challenge that followed, and that continues to this day, is to address the social and environmental costs of this transformation while holding on to the productivity gains that saved so many lives. The squat little plant that looked so unpromising beside its tall, elegant cousins changed the world as profoundly as any farming innovation in human history. And now, let us step back and consider something that has been a constant companion throughout this entire story: the relationship between rice and water. Around 250 years before the Common Era, on the high central plateau of Sri Lanka, a king stood at the edge of a massive earthen embankment and watched as monsoon waters slowly filled the reservoir behind it. This tank, as Sri Lankans would come to call their reservoirs, was one of the first in what would eventually become the most elaborate system of ancient water management on Earth. Over the following centuries, more than 80 major dams and 18,000 smaller tanks would be connected by channels that collected, stored, and distributed monsoon rainfall across the dry zone of the island, transforming what would otherwise have been a semi-arid landscape into one of the most productive rice-growing regions in South Asia. This system of water engineering, built by the ancient Sinhalese civilization, endured for more than 1,000 years, and the principles behind it remain in use to this day. Rice is, above all other grain crops, a child of water. While wheat, corn, sorghum, and millet can grow on rainfall alone, rice in its most productive form requires controlled flooding, a sheet of standing water maintained at a precise depth throughout much of the growing season. The challenge of providing that water reliably year after year across thousands or millions of hectares has driven some of the most ambitious building projects in human history. The oldest known water systems for rice date to prehistoric China, where the early paddy fields of the Yangtze Valley needed simple but effective techniques: earthen mounds to hold the water in, channels to direct its flow, and openings to let it drain. As Chinese civilization grew and rice farming spread into new areas, the systems grew more complex. One of the most impressive is an irrigation system built in the Sichuan province around 256 years before the Common Era. Designed by a provincial governor and his son, it was created to control flooding and irrigate a broad agricultural plain. It remains in operation after more than 2,000 years, watering more than 5,000 square kilometers of farmland, a quiet testament to the enduring genius of its design. In Sri Lanka, the evolution of water management from simple village reservoirs to a vast interconnected network stands as one of the great engineering achievements of the ancient world. The earliest tanks were small ponds built to catch monsoon rain for dry season rice growing. Over time, Sinhalese engineers developed increasingly clever technologies: stone sluice gates for precise control of water release, valve towers that could regulate flow at several levels, and spillways to prevent collapse during unusually heavy floods. The most revolutionary innovation was the cascading tank system, in which reservoirs were arranged in chains along natural drainage lines so that overflow from one tank filled the next one downhill, making use of every last drop of rain and groundwater. This system was so effective that it supported a population and a civilization whose monuments rivaled those of kingdoms in Europe at the same time. The greatest of the Sinhalese reservoirs was built by a king in the 12th century. It was a massive artificial lake with an embankment stretching nearly 14 kilometers in length and rising to a height of 15 meters. It stored enough water to irrigate thousands of hectares of rice paddies, and its construction required the coordinated effort of tens of thousands of workers over many years. The king is remembered for a famous saying, roughly translated as, "Not even a little water that comes from the rain must flow to the ocean without being made useful to people." That single idea that every drop of rain should serve a human purpose captures the philosophy behind the entire tradition of Sinhalese water engineering. In Bali, a different approach to rice irrigation emerged, one based not on royal engineering, but on community self-governance. Each farming cooperative, or subak, shares access to a common water source and collectively manages how the water reaches the fields. The distribution is governed by long-standing custom and mediated through a system of temples, with water temples serving as both spiritual centers and practical hubs for deciding who gets water and when. The genius of this system lies in its ability to coordinate the planting schedules of thousands of individual farmers so that water is used efficiently and pest outbreaks are kept under control through synchronized planting and resting periods. In Japan, the engineering of rice irrigation developed over 2,000 years from simple gravity-fed channels to intricate networks of canals, aqueducts, and reservoirs. The watering of the Great Plains that became the agricultural heartland of the feudal era required the diversion of rivers, the construction of massive canal systems, and the draining of wetlands on a scale that reshaped eastern Japan. The samurai class, whose wealth was measured in rice, had a direct stake in the productivity of the paddies, and the upkeep of water systems was treated with the same seriousness as military preparation. The 20th century brought new materials and new scales. Concrete dams, mechanical pumps, and lined canals replaced the earthen tanks, wooden gates, and unlined channels of earlier times. In India, A massive program of dam building after independence created reservoirs and canal systems that expanded irrigated rice farming across millions of hectares. Though at significant cost, the displacement of communities, the flooding of forests and farmland, and the disruption of river habitats. In China, the construction of enormous dams on the Yangtze altered the water patterns of the entire basin in ways that continue to affect rice growing today. The environmental cost of all this water engineering is substantial. Irrigated rice paddies consume an estimated 30 to 40% of the world's fresh water used for farming, a staggering share that puts rice in direct competition with city water supplies, industrial needs, and the needs of natural ecosystems. As water grows scarcer across much of Asia due to population growth, expanding cities, and a changing climate, the sustainability of keeping rice fields continuously flooded is being questioned more urgently than ever before. New techniques that allow paddies to be periodically drained can cut water use by 20 to 30% while maintaining yields, but adoption has been slow because the techniques require careful attention and a willingness to change practices that have served farmers well for generations. The history of rice irrigation is the history of human ingenuity applied to a single relentless challenge: how to get the right amount of water to the right place at the right time. Every bowl of rice on every table in the world is, in a quiet sense, a monument to that tradition. And now, let us turn from the practical world of water and engineering to something more intangible: the spiritual life that rice has inspired across the cultures that depend on it. On a spring morning in Bangkok, a pair of sacred oxen pulls a ceremonial plow across a field near the Grand Palace, guided by a figure appointed by the king. The royal ploughing ceremony has been performed annually in Thailand for centuries, marking the official start of the rice planting season. The ritual blends ancient religious traditions with the honoring of the Thai rice goddess, and it reinforces the nation's identity as a land whose prosperity depends on the yearly cycle of planting, tending, and harvesting rice. When the ceremony ends, crowds of onlookers rush forward to collect the blessed seeds scattered in the freshly turned earth, believing they carry luck and the promise of a plentiful harvest. In a country where rice fills every plate and shapes every landscape, the ceremony is a reminder that the bond between humans and rice is not merely practical. It is something deeply, fundamentally spiritual. Rice is sacred across the cultures that depend on it, and the rituals surrounding its growing, harvesting, and eating reveal how profoundly human societies have revered this grain for thousands of years. In nearly every major rice-growing civilization, rice is not just food. It is treated as a living presence, a spirit or soul deserving of gratitude, respect, and careful attention. The forms these rituals take vary enormously, but the underlying feeling is universal. People who depend on rice for survival have never been able to treat it as merely a thing. In Bali, the rice goddess Dewi Shri is one of the most important figures in the island's spiritual tradition. Before each planting season, Balinese farmers make offerings at small shrines that stand in every rice field, asking for her blessing and protection. These shrines, often simple structures of stone or bamboo adorned with flowers and woven leaves, are among the most recognizable features of the Balinese landscape. Offerings of rice cakes, flowers, fruit, and incense are placed there, and elaborate ceremonies are performed at key moments in the farming cycle: at planting, when the rice begins to bloom, and at harvest. Figures of Dewi Shri, woven from young leaves or shaped from colored sticky rice, are placed in the fields as protective guardians. Each year, a ritual wedding ceremony is performed for the goddess and her consort to ensure that the coming harvest will be generous and the community prosperous. The idea of a rice spirit extends far beyond Bali. In Thailand, a gentle, nurturing figure known as the rice mother is believed to dwell in the fields throughout the growing season. Farmers traditionally avoid loud noises, arguments, and rude language in the paddy out of respect for her presence, and prayers and offerings are made at planting and harvest. In Cambodia, a ceremony echoing the Thai royal ploughing ceremony has survived even the devastation of more recent history, with oxen drawing sacred ploughs in a ritual that reaffirms the link between the land, its people, and the grain that sustains them. In the Philippines, the Ifugao people of the mountain terraces perform elaborate ceremonies throughout the farming year, including rituals to honor carved wooden guardian figures that watch over the rice harvest. In Japan, the connection between rice and the spiritual world reaches the highest level of the state. The emperor's annual planting and harvesting of sacred rice, which we touched on in an earlier chapter, is the culmination of a broader tradition in which rice is considered a divine gift from the sun goddess to the Japanese people. Local rice planting festivals, celebrated across Japan in spring, feature traditional music, dance, and the symbolic transplanting of seedlings by performers in elaborate costumes. These festivals mark the start of the farming season, call down blessings for a good harvest, and strengthen the bonds of community through shared celebration. In India, rice holds a central place in Hindu worship. Unbroken rice grains, sometimes mixed with golden turmeric, are one of the most important ritual materials used in virtually every prayer ceremony as an offering to the divine. The use of whole, unbroken grains symbolizes completeness, prosperity, and the hope for a life unbroken by misfortune. Rice is tossed over the heads of newly married couples as a blessing of fertility and plenty, a custom that has traveled around the world and been adopted by cultures far removed from its origins. In the great temples of southern India, rice is the primary ingredient in the sacred food distributed to worshippers after it has been offered to the deity, and its preparation is a carefully ritualized process performed according to strict rules. The custom of throwing rice at weddings, now practiced across much of the Western world, has ancient roots. The Romans threw grain at newly married couples as an offering to the goddess of agriculture and fertility, and the Greeks performed similar rituals. As rice became available in European markets through the Islamic trade routes of the medieval period, it gradually replaced other grains in this tradition, first as a luxury gesture and later as a widely available symbol of good wishes. The meaning is consistent across cultures. Rice, whose single grain can produce thousands at harvest time, is a natural symbol of growth, abundance, and the hope that a new union will bear fruit. In West Africa, rice ceremonies reflect the deep importance of the grain in local life and spirituality. Among the rice-growing peoples of Sierra Leone and surrounding regions, rice is never merely planted or harvested. It is invited into the field and thanked for its gift. These ceremonial traditions crossed the Atlantic with enslaved Africans and survived, in changed form, in the Gullah Geechee communities of the American South, where rice continues to carry spiritual and cultural significance far beyond its nutritional value. In China, rice features prominently in the Dragon Boat Festival, held on the 5th day of the 5th month of the traditional calendar. The festival commemorates the death of an ancient poet who drowned himself in a river more than 2,000 years ago. According to tradition, villagers threw rice into the water to feed the fish and protect the poet's body, and this gesture evolved into the tradition of eating sticky rice dumplings wrapped in bamboo leaves, a custom that has endured across the centuries. In Japan, a similar tradition of rice-filled celebrations centers on pounded rice cakes prepared in communal ceremonies at the New Year, a ritual of renewal, togetherness, and hope. The rituals of rice, taken together, form one of the richest traditions of sacred agriculture in human civilization. From the Imperial paddy in Tokyo to the village shrine in Bali, from the Hindu temple in southern India to the Gullah kitchen in South Carolina, rice is treated not as a mere commodity, but as a partner deserving of gratitude and care. These are not relics of a distant past. They are living traditions practiced by millions of people today, reflecting a truth about the human relationship with food that our modern world sometimes forgets. And now, let us leave the world of ritual and enter the kitchen, where rice has inspired some of the most creative cooking on the planet. On the 10th of December 1955, in a showroom in Tokyo, a Japanese electronics company displayed a small, unassuming appliance that would change the daily life of millions of households across Asia. It was the world's first automatic electric rice cooker designed for home use. Developed over 4 years by an engineer who had begun the project in 1951, the rice cooker solved a problem that had occupied Japanese cooks for centuries: the precise art of cooking rice to the correct texture over an open flame, a task that demanded constant attention, careful timing, and years of practice. The breakthrough was deceptively simple: a mechanism that switched off the heat when the water had been fully absorbed and the temperature began to rise. The cooker was expensive at first, costing roughly a third of the average monthly salary, and early sales were slow. But by 1960, it was in use in about half of all Japanese homes, and within a decade it had become as essential in Asian kitchens as the oven is in Western ones. The rice cooker did not merely automate a chore. It freed millions of women from one of the most time-consuming tasks in the daily routine, cooking rice up to 3 times a day, and in doing so it played a quiet part in reshaping the rhythms of domestic life. The rice cooker is a modern chapter in a culinary story that stretches back thousands of years. The ways different cultures cook and eat rice are as diverse as the cultures themselves, and the history of rice cuisine runs alongside the history of rice farming, revealing how the same simple grain has been transformed by human creativity, geography, climate, and imagination into a world of dishes. In China, where the story of rice began, the oldest and most fundamental preparation is a porridge made by boiling rice in a large amount of water until the grains break down into a smooth, creamy consistency. This dish has been a staple of the Chinese diet for at least 2,000 years. Ancient texts refer to it as food for the sick, the poor, and the devout. Buddhist monks ate it as part of their discipline, and it was given out at temples and charitable kitchens during hard times. Today, it is eaten across East and Southeast Asia in dozens of variations, from a plain, soothing breakfast in southern China to a richly topped bowl in the street stalls of Hong Kong and the noodle shops of Vietnam. In Japan, the evolution of rice cooking is inseparable from the development of sushi. But the sushi we know today is a fairly recent creation. The earliest form was actually a method of preserving fish by packing it in fermented rice, a technique that arrived from Southeast Asia by at least the 8th century. The rice itself was thrown away, and only the preserved fish was eaten. Over centuries, the fermentation time was shortened, and eventually people began eating the rice along with the fish. By the 1800s, a street food vendor in Tokyo is credited with popularizing the fast, fresh preparation of a small mound of seasoned rice topped with a slice of raw fish. Served immediately, the sushi we recognize today. In South Asia, rice cuisine reached its highest elaboration in the layered, fragrant preparations that we touched on in an earlier chapter. But these are only one small part of a vast constellation of rice dishes. The crispy golden crepe made from fermented rice and lentil batter is a cornerstone of South Indian cooking. The soft, steamed rice cake eaten for breakfast across the South is another. And the bowl-shaped rice pancake with lacy edges, made from a batter of fermented rice and coconut milk, is yet another. Each of these relies on fermentation, a process in which naturally occurring tiny living things transform rice batter over hours or days, developing deep flavors and making the grain easier to digest. The fermented rice foods of South India are among the oldest and most sophisticated cooking techniques in the world. In West Africa, the dish that has become the continent's most celebrated rice preparation is a one-pot dish of rice cooked in a richly seasoned tomato-based sauce. Its origins trace back to the 14th century in the Senegambian region, where rice had been cultivated along river systems for thousands of years. As the dish spread across the continent, each culture adapted it to local tastes. The rivalry between different national versions of this dish has become one of the most entertaining culinary debates in Africa, a friendly competition that generates passionate opinions and no shortage of humor. In Spain, the rice tradition introduced by the Moors evolved into the shallow pan dish that has become one of the most recognized preparations in European cooking. The traditional version, cooked outdoors over a wood fire, bears little resemblance to the seafood-laden plates served in tourist restaurants around the world. The original was a humble meal of rice cooked with whatever the land provided: rabbit, snails, green beans, and local herbs. The crispy caramelized layer of rice at the bottom of the pan, where the grain meets the heat, is considered the best part, the mark of a cook who knows what they are doing. In Indonesia, fried rice is the national dish, so central to daily life that it was declared the country's most representative food in a survey. It is a cousin of Chinese fried rice, adapted to local tastes with sweet soy sauce, shrimp paste, and chili. Across all of these cultures, fried rice represents the same ingenious solution, a way to transform yesterday's leftover cooked rice into something entirely new and satisfying. Imagine, for a moment, the sheer range of what the human mind has done with a single grain. The austere simplicity of Japanese steamed rice, each grain perfect and distinct. The elaborate layers of a fragrant South Asian preparation, sealed and slow-cooked until the flavors merge. The communal warmth of a West African one-pot dish shared among family and friends. The gentle hum of a rice cooker in a Tokyo apartment at dawn. Each of these is a different answer to the same question: how do we make this grain into something that nourishes not just the body but the spirit? The diversity of rice cooking is quiet proof that food is never merely fuel. It is culture, identity, and art, expressed 3 times a day, one grain at a time. And now, let us move from the kitchen to the brewery and explore the long and rather remarkable history of turning rice into drink. In a dimly lit wooden brewery in the port city of Kobe, Japan, a master brewer reaches into a steaming cedar vat and gently turns a mass of steamed rice that has been dusted with the spores of a special mold. Within 2 days, the mold will colonize the rice, covering each grain in a soft white fuzz and producing the substances that break down the rice starch into simple sugars that yeast can then turn into alcohol. This process, called koji making, is one of the most elegant biological transformations in all of food science, and it is the foundation on which the entire tradition of East Asian rice fermentation has been built for more than 1,000 years. Without this mold, there would be no sake, no miso, no soy sauce, and no rice vinegar. A humble organism growing on a grain of rice, in other words, created some of the most distinctive flavors in Asian cuisine. The fermentation of rice into alcoholic drinks is one of the oldest achievements of human ingenuity, stretching back before the beginning of written history and developing independently in several cultures across Asia. The challenge of fermenting rice is different from fermenting grapes or honey. Rice contains starch rather than simple sugars, and yeast cannot work on starch directly. Before the sugars in rice can be turned into alcohol, they must first be freed from the starch by special enzymes. In the West, barley is prepared for brewing by allowing it to sprout, which produces its own enzymes. In East Asia, the innovation was to use a living mold, an organism that grows on rice and produces those enzymes from the outside. The earliest evidence of rice fermentation comes from China, where the residues left inside pottery vessels at a site in Henan province, dating to roughly 7,000 years before the Common Era, have been identified as traces of a mixed fermented drink containing rice, honey, and hawthorn fruit. This puts the origins of rice fermentation at 9,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest known alcoholic drinks in the world. Chinese rice wine, known broadly as a family of golden-hued fermented beverages, is made using a starter culture, a compressed cake of grain that has been colonized by a complex community of molds, yeasts, and bacteria. This starter has been used in Chinese fermentation for at least 3,000 years. The most famous Chinese rice wine comes from the city of Shaoxing, in the same Zhejiang province where some of the earliest rice cultivation took place. Shaoxing wine has been produced since at least the 5th century before the Common Era, and it is aged in earthenware jars for years or even decades, developing a complex flavor that is indispensable in Chinese cooking and is served warm at formal gatherings and family celebrations. From the foundation of fermented rice, Chinese distillers eventually developed the most consumed spirit in the world by volume, though it remains relatively unknown outside China. The history of distilling in China stretches back thousands of years. By the Ming Dynasty, a potent distilled drink had evolved into the clear, powerful spirit that is now the national drink of China. It is made from various grains, including rice, sorghum, wheat, and corn, fermented using the traditional starter and then distilled, often several times, to produce a clear liquid with a very high alcohol content. The range of styles is remarkable, from the gentle, rice-based varieties of the south to the intensely flavored, deeply aromatic types produced in the mountainous southwest. In Japan, the art of brewing from rice reached its highest refinement. True Japanese rice wine, made from rice, water, and the koji mold, dates to at least the 8th century. Japan developed a unique tradition using a particular species of mold that was so culturally important it was eventually designated the national mold of Japan, a distinction that says a great deal about how deeply the biology of rice is woven into Japanese identity. The brewing of this drink was initially a government monopoly, but by the 10th century, Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines had become the main producers, a role they held for 5 centuries. The monks of one famous temple near the old capital developed several innovations that remain fundamental to the craft today. They pioneered the polishing of rice, milling away the outer layers to expose the starchy core. They developed a 3-stage fermentation method, adding fresh rice, water, and mold in successive stages. They created a starter mash using a natural acid fermentation process that protected the brew from contamination. And they discovered a heat treatment to preserve the finished drink, a technique that anticipated by several centuries the famous French discovery of pasteurization. By the 1300s, this rice drink had become so economically important that it generated roughly 30% of the national government's tax revenue, prompting a ban on home brewing to protect the treasury. In Korea, the oldest traditional drink is a milky, gently fizzy rice wine brewed using a fermentation starter that contains a rich mix of wild molds, yeasts, and bacteria. This drink has been made since the era of the Three Kingdoms and has served as the everyday beverage of Korean farmers and laborers for more than 1,000 years. Its slightly sweet, tangy, effervescent character makes it refreshing and easy to drink, and its low alcohol content meant it could be enjoyed during long days of labor without entirely knocking the drinker off their feet. Across Southeast Asia, a wonderful diversity of rice wines and spirits evolved independently of the East Asian traditions. In the Philippines, the highland peoples brew their own version using a local starter. In Laos and northeastern Thailand, a distilled rice spirit is a fixture of rural social life. In Bali, a sweet rice wine is used in religious ceremonies and served alongside desserts. Each of these traditions represents its own independent answer to the same question that confronted every rice-growing culture: how to turn the starch in rice into sugar, and the sugar into something that warms the soul. The story of rice fermentation is, at its heart, a story about partnership between humans, grain, and the invisible living organisms that make the transformation possible. The molds, yeasts, and bacteria that turn rice into wine, beer, and spirits are unseen partners in a collaboration that has produced some of the world's most distinctive drinks and shaped the social customs, religious practices, and economies of every major rice-growing civilization. The master brewer in his Kobe workshop, turning the steaming rice with practiced hands, is the inheritor of a tradition that reaches all the way back to the first person who noticed that wet rice left in a warm vessel began to bubble and produce a liquid that made the world feel a little different. And now, let us turn to a darker subject: the terrible consequences that follow when the grain that sustains half the world fails to reach the people who need it most. On a humid July evening in 1918, in a small fishing town on the coast of Toyama Prefecture in northern Japan, a group of fishermen's wives gathered at the docks where rice was being loaded onto barges for shipment to the cities. The price of rice had jumped 60% in just 30 days, and these women, who depended on rice not only as food but as their primary source of daily energy, could no longer afford to feed their families. They blocked the barges and demanded that the rice be sold locally at prices people could actually pay. What began as a small protest by a few dozen women in a coastal village erupted within days into the largest and most widespread popular uprising in modern Japanese history. Over the next 8 weeks, the disturbances spread to nearly 500 locations across the country. An estimated 1 to 2 million people took part. Warehouses were emptied, the offices of rice dealers were burned, and soldiers were deployed in large numbers. The crisis brought down the sitting government and ushered in a new political era. The message was unmistakable. When rice becomes unaffordable, governments fall. The Japanese rice disturbances of 1918 illustrate a truth that has been demonstrated again and again throughout history. Societies that depend on rice for survival live in a state of permanent vulnerability to anything that disrupts the supply or raises the price. When the harvest fails, or when political or economic forces interfere with the flow of rice to the people who need it, the consequences can be catastrophic, from hunger and weakness to mass starvation, social collapse, and the fall of governments. The history of rice is, in significant part, a history of famine, and the patterns of these famines reveal as much about power and inequality as they do about farming and weather. We have already encountered the Bengal famines in an earlier chapter, the most devastating examples of rice famine under colonial rule. But the phenomenon extends far beyond British India. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, rice-dependent populations across Asia experienced periodic famines caused by some combination of natural disaster, political failure, and economic exploitation. The Great Chinese Famines of the late Imperial period killed millions, and the famine caused by the Great Leap Forward in the late 1950s and early 1960s, which we discussed in the chapter on rice and revolution, was the deadliest in all of recorded history, with an estimated 30 to 45 million deaths. Perhaps the most horrifying intersection of rice and famine occurred in Cambodia under the regime that controlled the country from 1975 to 1979. The ruling group's vision of a classless farming society centered on rice. An impossible national production target was set far beyond anything Cambodian farming had ever achieved, and it was declared that this goal would be met through collective effort alone. The entire urban population, including professionals, scholars, merchants, and the elderly, was forced out of the cities and into the countryside, where millions who had never worked the land were enslaved on collective farms. They were made to dig canals, plant paddies, and tend crops from dawn to dusk on rations barely sufficient to sustain life. The production targets were fantastical, unachievable under any conditions. The result was a famine that killed an estimated 500,000 to 1.5 million people, on top of the millions who died from violence, torture, and disease. The regime's farming policies were not merely incompetent. They were designed to destroy entire groups of people under the cover of an agricultural program. Rice, which had sustained Cambodian civilization for 2,000 years, became the instrument of its near destruction. The North Korean famine of the 1990s offers another devastating example. When outside support collapsed in the early part of that decade, cutting off the food and fuel that had kept the country's farming system running, rice production fell sharply. The collective farming system could not adapt to the sudden loss of manufactured fertilizers, fuel, and machinery. A series of severe floods made things worse. The resulting famine killed hundreds of thousands of people, with some estimates reaching into the millions. Rice, the staple of the Korean peninsula for more than 3,000 years, was simply not available in sufficient quantities, and the government's isolation prevented the timely arrival of outside help. The global rice crisis of 2008 showed that rice famine is not merely a historical phenomenon but a present and ongoing risk. In early that year, a series of export bans by major rice-producing countries removed roughly 40% of the available global rice supply from international trade. Prices surged 300% in 4 months. The most striking thing about the crisis was that there was no actual shortage of rice. Global production was at its highest level on record. The crisis was driven entirely by fear and hoarding, as each country's decision to restrict exports deepened the panic in countries that depended on imports. In the Philippines, supermarket shelves were emptied within days. In West Africa, the price of rice doubled, pushing the poorest families toward the edge of starvation. The 2008 crisis did not produce mass death on the scale of earlier famines, largely because the price spike was temporary and international institutions helped to calm the markets. But it exposed the fragility of the global rice trade and the vulnerability of countries that cannot grow enough rice to feed themselves. The lesson was familiar. Rice is too important to too many people to be left entirely to the workings of international commodity markets. And when those markets fail, the consequences fall hardest on the poorest, the people who spend the largest share of their income on food and for whom a doubling of rice prices is not an inconvenience, but a catastrophe. The recurring pattern of rice famines carries a consistent message. They are almost never caused solely by nature. They are caused by the interaction of natural events with human systems of distribution, ownership, and political power. When rice is hoarded by the wealthy, diverted to export while local people starve, or when production targets are set by ideologues rather than by people who understand the land, famine follows. The history of rice famine is, in the end, a history of political failure, and the lesson it teaches is that the security of the rice supply is not merely a question of farming, but a question of justice and governance. And now, let us move from the field and the marketplace to the laboratory, where the science of rice is opening new possibilities that were unimaginable even a generation ago. On a September day in 1999, in a laboratory in Zurich, a German scientist examined a small dish of rice seedlings and noticed that they glowed a faint golden yellow. He had been working toward this moment for nearly a decade, and the golden color told him he had succeeded. The seedlings contained genes borrowed from a common garden flower and a soil bacterium that enabled the rice plant to produce a substance in its grain that the human body can convert into vitamin A. The scientist and his colleague had created what came to be known as golden rice, a grain designed to address one of the world's most devastating nutritional problems. A deficiency of vitamin A affects roughly 1 billion people worldwide and contributes to the deaths of millions of children each year, primarily in rice-dependent countries where diets lack sufficient fruits and vegetables. Golden rice was meant to be a lifeline, a way to deliver a critical nutrient through the food people were already eating. Instead, it became the most controversial rice variety in history, a lightning rod for the global debate over genetically modified crops that continues to this day. The controversy surrounding golden rice reflects a broader tension in the modern science of rice, the gap between what is technically possible and what societies are willing to accept. Rice science has advanced with extraordinary speed over the past century, moving from traditional methods of observation and selection to the sophisticated tools of molecular biology and genetic engineering. Yet the political, cultural, and ethical questions surrounding these advances have proven far harder to resolve than the technical ones. The foundation of modern rice science is the rice genome, which was fully mapped in 2005. The rice genome is compact by the standards of the plant world, containing roughly 389 million basic units of genetic information organized into 12 bundles called chromosomes. The initial mapping identified more than 37,000 genes, providing scientists with a detailed blueprint of the genetic machinery behind every aspect of rice, from the size and shape of its grains to its ability to resist disease, tolerate drought, and produce nutrients. Rice was the first crop plant to have its complete genetic code worked out, and its relatively neat, well-organized structure has made it a reference point for understanding the genetics of other grain crops. The mapping of the rice genome was followed by an even more ambitious project that decoded the genetic information of 3,000 different rice samples from 89 countries, representing the full range of cultivated rice diversity. The resulting data was released freely to researchers around the world, and it has since opened a new era of precise breeding in which specific genes linked to useful traits can be found, tracked, and combined with a level of accuracy that earlier generations of plant breeders could only dream of. The Great Seed Bank in the Philippines, which we visited in an earlier chapter, plays a critical role in this work. Its collection of more than 130,000 samples includes old varieties gathered from farmers' fields across the rice-growing world, types that have been replaced by modern ones, advanced breeding lines, and wild rice species. Each sample is carefully dried, sealed, and stored at very low temperatures where it can remain alive for decades or even centuries. This collection is a library of genetic possibility, a reservoir of traits that may prove essential as breeders face the challenges of a changing climate, new diseases, and shifting consumer tastes. Modern rice breeding uses a range of tools that would have astonished the scientists who developed the first high-yielding varieties in the 1960s. One technique uses specific markers in the genetic code, like flags attached to known traits, to identify which plants carry desirable genes without having to wait for those traits to appear in the field. This dramatically speeds up the breeding process and allows breeders to work on many traits at once. An even more advanced method uses mathematical models to predict how well a plant will perform based on its entire genetic profile, letting breeders identify the most promising combinations before a single seed is planted in the ground. The most powerful and most debated tool available is a gene editing technology that allows scientists to make precise targeted changes to specific genes in the rice plant. Unlike older methods of genetic engineering, which typically involve inserting genes from other species, this newer approach can modify the plant's own existing genes, adjusting, enhancing, or silencing them. Researchers have used it to develop rice with improved resistance to disease, better grain quality, and reduced sensitivity to heat and drought. The technology is especially promising for developing varieties suited to the challenges of a warming climate. The saga of golden rice illustrates how difficult it can be to move scientific breakthroughs from the laboratory to the farmer's field. Despite more than 2 decades of development and the support of major international institutions, golden rice has faced persistent opposition from environmental groups who argue that it opens the door to wider use of genetically modified crops and distracts from simpler solutions to nutritional deficiency, such as eating a more varied diet. In 2016, more than 100 Nobel Prize winners signed a public letter urging the opposition to reconsider, calling the campaign against golden rice a disservice to humanity. Despite government approval in some countries, legal challenges have prevented widespread commercial planting. The debate around golden rice raises questions that go far beyond a single crop. Who controls the food supply? Who benefits from technological advances? What risks are societies willing to accept? These questions will only grow more pressing as climate change, population growth, and shrinking resources put greater strain on rice production in the years ahead. The genetic code of rice may have been decoded, but the social and political forces that determine how science is actually used remain far more complicated. And now, let us turn to the environmental cost of growing the grain that feeds half the world. Beneath the still surface of a flooded rice paddy, in the warm mud where the roots of the rice plant reach into the earth, trillions of ancient microscopic organisms are quietly at work. These tiny single-celled creatures thrive in places where there is no oxygen, and they feed on decomposing plant matter, mostly leftover stalks and roots from previous harvests. As they eat, they produce a gas called methane as a natural byproduct. Bubbles of this potent warming gas rise through the standing water and escape into the atmosphere, many of them traveling through the hollow stems of the rice plants themselves, which act like little chimneys channeling the gas from the mud to the open air. This silent, invisible process, repeated across roughly 160 million hectares of rice paddies around the world, makes rice farming responsible for about 10 to 12% of all human-caused methane emissions each year. Rice paddies, in other words, are one of the planet's largest sources of a gas that traps heat in the atmosphere far more effectively than carbon dioxide. The grain that feeds half of humanity is, at the same time, a meaningful contributor to the climate changes that threaten its own future. The methane problem is built into the very method that made rice farming so successful. Flooded paddies, the technique that revolutionized rice growing in prehistoric China and spread across Asia over thousands of years, work precisely because the standing water creates conditions in the soil that suppress weeds, support helpful organisms, and favor the growth of rice roots. But those same oxygen-free conditions are exactly what the methane-producing organisms need to thrive. The engineering breakthrough that made paddy farming possible turns out to have an atmospheric cost that no one could have imagined when the first walls of mud were built by a river 6,000 years ago. The water footprint of rice is equally striking. Irrigated rice paddies consume an estimated 30 to 40% of all the fresh water used for farming worldwide, a share that is vastly out of proportion to the amount of food rice provides. Growing a single kilogram of rice requires roughly 3,000 to 5,000 liters of water, including rain, irrigation, and the water lost to evaporation and seepage. In parts of Asia where rice is grown with the help of irrigation, the competition between paddies and cities, between farms and factories, and between human needs and the needs of natural rivers and wetlands is growing more intense with every passing year. The environmental effects extend beyond gas and water. The use of manufactured fertilizers, particularly nitrogen, leads to runoff that pollutes rivers, lakes, and coastal waters, feeding blooms of tiny organisms that consume the oxygen in the water and create lifeless zones where fish and other creatures cannot survive. Pesticide use in rice farming, while reduced from the heavy applications of the early Green Revolution years, continues to affect water habitats and the health of farming communities. Perhaps the most troubling environmental issue connected to rice is the presence of a naturally occurring toxic element in the grain. In Bangladesh, the world's fourth largest rice producer and a country where rice provides the majority of daily calories for most people, tens of millions of individuals are at risk of long-term exposure to this harmful substance through both their drinking water and their rice. The contamination comes from minerals in the ancient river sediments that make up the soil of the Bengal Delta, carried down from the mountains over millions of years. When wells are drilled into the shallow underground water layer, the harmful element leaches into the water. When this water is used to flood rice paddies, the element accumulates in the soil, and rice, which is uniquely efficient among grains at absorbing substances from its growing environment, takes it up into its grains. The health effects of long-term exposure include increased risks of serious disease. Health authorities have described the situation as one of the largest instances of environmental poisoning in history. The painful irony of rice and the environment is that the climate changes to which rice farming contributes also threaten rice production itself. For every 1-degree rise in average nighttime temperature during the growing season, rice yields drop by roughly 10% because the plant uses more of its energy just to stay alive at higher temperatures, leaving less for producing grain. Rising seas threaten the great coastal deltas that grow a disproportionate share of the world's rice. The Mekong, the Irrawaddy, the Ganges-Brahmaputra, and the Chao Phraya deltas are all low-lying and vulnerable to saltwater pushing upstream. Changes in the timing and intensity of monsoon rains make rainfall less predictable, threatening farmers who depend on rain rather than irrigation. Stronger storms destroy crops, and longer dry spells reduce yields in regions that have always counted on regular moisture. The search for answers is urgent and runs in several directions at once. A water management technique in which paddies are periodically drained rather than kept continuously flooded can reduce both methane emissions and water use by 20 to 50% while keeping yields steady or even improving them. The technique works by briefly allowing oxygen back into the soil, disrupting the conditions that the methane-producing organisms need. When combined with planting rice without a standing water layer and draining at mid-season, emissions can be cut by up to 90% compared to the traditional method of continuous flooding. However, adoption has been slow, partly because the technique demands careful monitoring, partly because farmers are understandably reluctant to change methods that have served them well for generations, and partly because there is not yet enough financial incentive to make the switch. Breeding rice for lower emissions is another promising path. Researchers have identified varieties that naturally produce less methane because they channel more of their energy into grain and less into the root secretions that feed the organisms responsible for the gas. These varieties are still being developed, but they could one day allow reductions in emissions without requiring any change in how farmers manage their water. At the same time, breeding programs are working to create rice that uses water more efficiently, tolerates higher temperatures, resists the intrusion of salt water, and maintains good yields under the less predictable conditions that lie ahead. The environmental story of rice is one of the great paradoxes of civilization. The methods that made rice the world's most dependable staple carry costs that are only now being fully understood. The challenge for the coming decades is to keep feeding the billions who depend on rice while dramatically reducing its footprint on the planet. It is arguably the single most important agricultural challenge of our time. And now, let us turn to the world of rice trade, where the politics of buying and selling this grain can shake governments and reshape nations. In April of 2008, in the supermarkets of Ho Chi Minh City, shelves that had been stacked with bags of rice just 2 days earlier stood completely empty. Customers who arrived in the morning found nothing left. The scene was being repeated across rice-importing nations throughout Asia and beyond. In Manila, the government called emergency meetings. In West Africa, prices doubled in the markets of Lagos and Accra. In the poorest neighborhoods of Dhaka, families already spending more than half their income on food faced the real possibility of not being able to eat at all. The global rice crisis of that year, in which international prices surged 300% in 4 months, was one of the most dramatic episodes in the history of food markets. And the most extraordinary thing about it was that there was no actual shortage of rice anywhere in the world. Global production was at its highest level on record. The crisis was driven not by empty fields, but by fear. It began when India, one of the world's largest rice exporters, imposed a ban on rice exports to protect its own consumers from rising prices. Vietnam followed with its own restrictions. Egypt, China, and Cambodia enacted their own bans. Together, these decisions removed roughly 40% of the world's available rice export supply from the international market. As the pool of rice available for purchase shrank, importing countries panicked. The Philippines, which buys more than 15% of its rice from abroad, rushed to secure supplies at any price, bidding up the cost of whatever was still available. The crisis exposed a fundamental vulnerability in the way the world trades rice. Unlike wheat and corn, which are traded internationally in large quantities, only about 6 to 8% of the world's rice crosses a national border. This means that the global rice market is thin, with a relatively small amount of grain available for purchase at any given time. When major exporters pull their rice off the market, prices spike quickly and dramatically. The thinness of the rice market reflects the grain's unique political status. Rice is so important to the food security and political stability of the countries that grow it that most governments put domestic supply ahead of export revenue, keeping reserves and imposing controls that limit the free flow of rice across borders. The landscape of the rice trade is dominated by a small number of players. On the selling side, India, Thailand, Vietnam, Pakistan, and the United States account for the vast majority of global rice exports. India has emerged in recent years as the largest exporter, shipping roughly 20 to 22 million tons each year, about 40% of all the rice traded internationally. Thailand, historically the world's leading seller, competes for second place with Vietnam, whose Mekong Delta produces rice at lower cost but generally at lower quality than the best Thai varieties. The United States, despite eating relatively little rice itself, is a significant exporter, growing high-quality grain in Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, California, and Mississippi. On the buying side, the picture is dominated by countries that cannot grow enough rice for their own people. The Philippines has been one of the world's largest importers for much of the past 2 decades, a legacy of colonial land concentration, population growth, and insufficient investment in its own farming. Nigeria and other West African nations buy large amounts of rice, reflecting the growing importance of the grain in diets that were historically based on other crops. Middle Eastern countries import rice, and even China, despite being the world's largest producer, brings in rice to fill specific gaps in domestic supply. Rice has proven to be a uniquely powerful political commodity. Governments across Asia have long understood that rice prices can determine whether a leader stays in power or is swept away. A Thai government program that purchased rice from farmers at prices well above what the market would pay, intended to support rural incomes and win political loyalty in the rice-growing Northeast, accumulated enormous stockpiles that could not be sold without a loss, eventually contributing to a financial crisis and political upheaval that ended in a military takeover. In Japan, the protection of domestic rice farming is treated not merely as economic policy, but as a matter of national identity and survival. Japan maintains barriers of several 100% on imported rice, effectively keeping foreign grain out of the domestic market. The justification runs deeper than economics. It preserves the livelihood of Japanese rice farmers, maintains the paddies that are central to Japanese culture and landscape, and ensures that the country can feed itself without depending on foreign goodwill. The political influence of the Japanese agricultural cooperative movement has ensured that these protections survive every round of international trade negotiations, despite persistent pressure from exporting countries to open the Japanese market. South Korea maintains similarly fierce protections, treating rice self-sufficiency as a strategic necessity. The memory of the colonial era, when Korean rice was extracted to feed Japan while Korean farmers went hungry, reinforces the conviction that dependence on foreign rice is a threat to national sovereignty. South Korea has only gradually and reluctantly allowed any imported rice at all, accepting a small quota while keeping prices for foreign rice so high that it cannot compete with what is grown at home. The politics of rice trade are likely to become more complicated and more tense in the coming decades. Climate change threatens to reduce yields in some of the world's most productive rice regions, potentially forcing countries that currently feed themselves to turn to imports. Population growth in Africa, where rice consumption is rising rapidly, will increase demand for imported grain. The thinness of the global market, with its susceptibility to panic-driven price spikes, remains a structural risk. India's dominance as an exporter gives it enormous influence, and any disruption to Indian rice exports, whether from drought, policy shift, or domestic politics, could trigger another global crisis. The lesson of the 2008 rice crisis and of the broader history of rice trade is that rice is never just a commodity. It is a strategic asset, a political tool, and a measure of national sovereignty. Countries that cannot feed themselves live in a state of permanent dependence, and that dependence can become a vulnerability when crisis strikes. The global rice market, for all its modern infrastructure, remains shaped by the same ancient anxiety, the fear that there will not be enough, and the determination of governments to make sure their people eat. And now let us turn to the people whose labor makes all of this possible, the workers who plant, tend, and harvest the grain that feeds the world. In the early morning hours in a village in the Indian state of West Bengal, before the sun has fully risen, a line of women wades into a flooded rice paddy. Each carries a bundle of bright green seedlings in one arm. They bend at the waist, feet sinking into the soft mud, and begin the work of transplanting, pressing each seedling into the submerged soil at careful intervals, row after row, moving backward across the field in a practiced rhythm that will continue for hours. By midday, the heat will be punishing, and the women, their backs aching and their hands wrinkled from hours in water, will pause only briefly before starting again. They will be paid the equivalent of a few dollars for the day's work, a wage that has barely kept pace with the cost of living. The transplanting of rice seedlings, one of the most labor-intensive tasks in all of farming, has been performed primarily by women across Asia and Africa for thousands of years, and it remains so today. The hands that feed half the world are, disproportionately, women's hands. Rice is the most labor-intensive of all major grain crops. Unlike wheat or corn, which can be sown by scattering seed and harvested by a single pass of a machine, traditional rice farming demands a long sequence of tasks, each requiring careful human effort. Preparing the nursery bed and sowing the seed, plowing and softening the main field, pulling seedlings from the nursery and bundling them for transport, transplanting each one individually by hand, weeding the growing crops several times during the season, cutting the mature rice with sickles, beating the grain free from the stalks, separating the grain from the husks by tossing it in the wind, and finally, drying, milling, and storing the finished rice. In traditional rice farming, every one of these steps is done by human hands, and many of them are done predominantly by women. Studies have consistently found that women rarely supply less than a third of the total labor in Asian rice farming, and in many places they contribute far more. In parts of West Africa, rice farming on swampland is entirely a woman's responsibility, a tradition passed down through maternal lines and deeply rooted in the social fabric. Across South and Southeast Asia, the tasks of transplanting, weeding, harvesting, threshing, winnowing, cleaning, sorting, and saving seed are primarily or exclusively women's work, while men tend to handle the heavier jobs of plowing and managing the water supply. This division of labor has real consequences for how the benefits and burdens of rice farming are shared. Women do the majority of the physical work, but typically have less access to land ownership, to credit, to training and support from agricultural advisors, and to the income from rice sales. When new technologies are introduced, they often help men more than women. A tractor reduces the burden of plowing, but leaves the labor-intensive tasks of transplanting and weeding, which women do, unchanged. A harvesting machine eliminates the need for hand cutting and threshing, displacing the women who formerly earned their living doing that work, without necessarily offering them anything to replace it. The physical toll of rice farming on the human body is severe. Workers who spend long hours bent double in flooded fields suffer from chronic back pain, joint problems, and skin conditions caused by prolonged contact with water. Parasitic infections transmitted through contaminated paddy water are common. In many parts of Asia, the use of chemical pest sprays without proper protective gear exposes workers to substances linked to serious health problems. Children are not spared. Child labor in rice farming persists in parts of South and Southeast Asia and in sub-Saharan Africa, where children as young as 6 may help with transplanting, weeding, and harvesting during the busy season. The history of rice labor is also a history of forced and coerced work. The enslaved Africans who built the rice plantations of the Carolina Low Country, the forced laborers of the Dutch colonial system in Java, the indentured workers on colonial estates in Burma, and the millions enslaved on the collective farms of the Cambodian regime all produced rice under conditions of extreme exploitation. These are not isolated episodes, but recurring patterns in a long history in which the labor-intensive nature of rice created a constant demand for cheap or unpaid workers, a demand that was met at different times and in different places by slavery, serfdom, tenant farming, debt bondage, and forced collectivization. Mechanization has transformed rice labor in some parts of the world while leaving it essentially unchanged in others. In Japan, South Korea, the United States, and parts of China, rice farming has been extensively mechanized, with tractors for plowing, machines for transplanting, and large combines for harvesting. In Japan, where the average rice farm is tiny, miniature versions of these machines have been designed to work in the small, irregular paddies of the Japanese countryside. Mechanization has reduced the labor needed by more than 90% compared to the traditional hand methods. But in much of South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Africa, where the great majority of the world's rice is actually grown, mechanization remains limited. Small farm size, scattered fields, lack of money for equipment, and the low cost of human labor all work against the adoption of machines. In Bangladesh, where the average rice farm is less than 1 hectare, the economics of mechanization are difficult, and millions of families still depend on manual work for most tasks. The future of rice labor is uncertain. Across Asia, the migration of young people from the countryside to the cities is draining rural areas of the workers who have always done the physical work of rice farming. In Thailand, the average age of a rice farmer is now past 50. In Japan, many farmers are in their 70s. This aging of the farming population is a powerful driver of mechanization, but it also threatens the continuity of the traditional knowledge and community structures that have sustained rice growing for thousands of years. The people who feed the world, the women bending over the paddies of Bengal, the aging farmers of rural Japan, the smallholders of the Mekong Delta, are the foundation on which the entire story of rice rests. Their labor, overwhelmingly undervalued and often invisible, produces the grain that sustains 4 billion lives. The story of rice cannot be told honestly without centering their experience and their extraordinary, enduring contribution to human survival. And now, let us turn from the labor of the fields to the life of the imagination, and consider how rice has shaped art, literature, and the very languages of the civilizations that depend on it. In the spring of 1689, the Japanese poet Matsuo Basho, traveling on foot through the rice-growing countryside of northern Japan on the journey that would produce his greatest work, heard the sound of rice planting songs drifting across flooded paddies. He stopped, listened, and later composed a verse connecting the songs of the transplanting women with the deepest qualities of poetic beauty. For Basho, as for centuries of Japanese poets before and after him, the rice paddy was not merely a place where food was grown. It was a landscape of profound meaning, a setting where the rhythms of human labor and the rhythms of the natural world became one and the same. The image of spring paddy fields, their standing water reflecting the sky like scattered mirrors, is a recognized seasonal marker in the haiku tradition, carrying with it the feeling of anticipation, renewal, and the deep connection between people and the earth. Rice permeates the languages of the civilizations that depend on it to a degree unmatched by any other food. In Japanese, the word gohan, which combines an honorific prefix with the word for cooked rice, serves as both the specific name for rice and the general word for meal. Breakfast is morning rice, lunch is noon rice, and dinner is evening rice. This is not merely a quirk of vocabulary. It is a declaration that to eat is to eat rice, and that a meal without rice is not truly a meal at all. Japanese has at least 6 distinct words for rice at different stages of its life. One for the plant growing in the field, another for the harvested uncooked grain, yet another for the cooked grain ready to eat, and others beyond that. This pattern is not unique to Japanese. In Korean, the word for cooked rice also means meal. In Thai, the common expression for eating a meal translates literally as eat rice. In Chinese, the word for cooked rice is used in everyday speech to mean food, and the phrase for eating translates directly as eat rice. In Bengali, the word for rice is the word for a meal. Across the rice-growing world, the language itself testifies to the absolute centrality of this grain in the human experience of eating. Languages that grew up in wheat-eating cultures have no comparable phenomenon. The English word bread is sometimes used to suggest sustenance, as in breadwinner. but it has never achieved the total identity with meal that rice words carry in Asia. The visual arts of Asia are equally saturated with rice. The Japanese character for rice paddy is one of the simplest and most widely recognized in the writing system, a stylized picture of a field divided into equal parts. This character appears in hundreds of Japanese family names. Tanaka, middle of the rice field; Yamada, mountain rice field; Fujita, wisteria rice field. A person's name could tell you exactly where their family stood in relation to the fields that fed them. The ubiquity of this character in Japanese names reflects the historical reality that identity was literally rooted in the paddy, and that a family's relationship to rice-growing land was the most fundamental fact about their place in the world. Rice paddies have been a beloved subject in Japanese art for centuries. In the woodblock prints of the feudal era, paddies appear as carefully rendered horizontal bands of green and gold against mountain backgrounds, representing both the beauty of the landscape and the orderly productivity of a well-run society. In modern Japanese photography, terraced paddies have become subjects of particular devotion, their stepped geometry and seasonal changes, from the mirror stillness of spring planting through the vivid green of summer to the golden harvest of autumn, producing an image of natural order and human care that is deeply embedded in the Japanese visual imagination. In the Chinese literary tradition, rice appears in poetry dating back more than 2,500 years. The great poet of the 8th century, who spent much of his life writing about the suffering of ordinary people, composed verses about rice that reflected his concern for the farmers and their dependence on the harvest. Later Chinese landscape painting frequently included rice paddies as part of the idealized countryside that scholars and artists celebrated as an alternative to the corruption and noise of the city. In South Asian literature, rice appears as a symbol of abundance, fertility, and divine blessing. The Sanskrit word for grain, which also means rice, carries a second meaning of blessed or fortunate, a linguistic connection that reveals the ancient association of rice with prosperity and the favor of the gods. The poetry of the ancient Tamil tradition, composed in the first centuries of the Common Era, describes the rice fields of the Kaveri Delta in rich, sensory detail, celebrating the beauty of the flooded paddies and the wealth they brought to the southern kingdoms. In the Bengali literary tradition, rice appears as a recurring theme in the work of the Nobel Prize-winning poet and storyteller, whose writings set in rural Bengal draw constantly on the rhythms of the rice harvest. In West Africa, the cultural importance of rice has generated its own traditions of song and story. The oral historians and musicians of the Mand peoples, who preserve communal memory through performance, include songs about rice cultivation, harvest ceremonies, and the spiritual bond between people and the grain they grow. These traditions crossed the Atlantic with enslaved Africans and became part of the musical and storytelling heritage of the Gullah Geechee communities of the American South. The paper, commonly known as rice paper, though in most cases not actually made from rice, has become closely associated with Asian art in the Western mind. Genuine rice starch has been used for centuries as a coating and binding agent in paper and textile arts across East Asia, contributing to the smooth, luminous surfaces of Chinese and Japanese calligraphy and painting. The presence of rice in language, literature, and art across the rice-growing world is not decorative but structural. It reflects the reality that for the civilizations built on rice, the grain is not one element among many, but the element around which everything else is arranged. When Basho heard the planting songs and recognized in them something beautiful and true, he was expressing what billions of people across Asia have known in their bones for thousands of years, that rice is not just food. It is the medium through which human beings relate to the earth, to the seasons, to their communities, and to the deepest sources of meaning in their lives. And now, let us turn to the present and see how rice is grown in the world of the 21st century. In the control room of a precision farming operation in the Sacramento Valley of California, a technician watches a bank of screens displaying data streaming in from sensors buried in rice paddies stretching across thousands of acres. Drones fitted with special cameras sweep overhead, capturing images that reveal differences in plant health, soil moisture, and nutrient levels that no human eye could detect. Automated water gates controlled by software that responds to weather forecasts and moisture readings adjust the flooding depth in each section of the field to keep growing conditions as close to ideal as possible. The rice harvested from these fields in autumn will be gathered not by hand, but by massive combines that can clear an acre in minutes. This is rice farming in the 21st century at its most advanced, and it looks almost nothing like the hand labor in flooded paddies that still defines rice growing for the majority of the world's farmers. Global rice production in the most recent recorded season reached a record of more than 530 million tons of milled grain. China remains the largest producer, harvesting roughly 145 million metric tons, about 28% of the world total. India is second at roughly 138 million tons, or about 26%. Together, these two countries produce more than half the rice on Earth. Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Vietnam round out the top 5. These 5 nations together account for roughly 3/4 of all the rice grown on the planet. The scale is staggering, but the numbers conceal enormous differences in how rice is actually grown. At one end are the highly mechanized operations of Japan, South Korea, the United States, and Australia, where a single farmer can manage hundreds of hectares using satellite-guided equipment, mechanical transplanters, and automated water systems. At the other end are the smallholder farms that produce the vast majority of the world's rice, where a family might work less than a single hectare of land using methods that their great-grandparents would recognize without a second glance. One of the most promising ideas in modern rice growing is a set of practices developed in Madagascar in the 1980s by a French priest who had spent decades working with local farmers. His approach challenges several basic assumptions of how rice is traditionally grown. Instead of transplanting mature seedlings close together in continuously flooded fields, the method calls for transplanting very young seedlings, just 8 to 12 days old, at wide spacing, into fields kept moist but not drowned in water. The soil is loosened rather than turned into a thick paste, and natural materials rather than manufactured chemicals provide nourishment. The results, where this approach has been carefully followed, have been remarkable. On the poor soils of Madagascar, yields nearly doubled compared to conventional methods, and later trials in other countries have reported even greater improvements, achieved with less water and without the expense of chemical fertilizers. The approach has been tested in more than 50 countries and is especially promising for small-scale farmers because it reduces the need for purchased supplies while increasing harvests through better care of the soil and the plant. Climate researchers have identified it as one of the most effective farming interventions for simultaneously producing more food and releasing fewer greenhouse gases, since the reduced flooding cuts methane emissions sharply. Drone technology is emerging as a transformative tool for rice farmers at every scale. In China, agricultural drones are used to sow seed, spread fertilizer, and apply pest control across tens of millions of hectares. In Vietnam and Thailand, drones equipped with cameras help farmers spot pest infestations and nutrient problems before they become visible to the naked eye. In Japan, where the farming population is aging and labor is scarce, autonomous drones and robotic equipment are being developed so that elderly farmers can manage their paddies without having to do the heavy physical work themselves. Fortified rice represents a different approach to one of the modern challenges of rice nutrition. White rice, which has been polished to remove the outer layers of the grain, is the preferred form for most consumers because of its lighter color, softer texture, and longer shelf life. But polishing also removes most of the vitamins, minerals, and fiber, leaving a product that is mostly starch. In places where rice provides the bulk of daily calories, this can contribute to widespread deficiencies of essential nutrients. Fortified rice, in which vitamins and minerals are added back after milling, is being promoted by international agencies and national governments as a way to address these gaps. India launched the world's largest rice fortification program in 2022, incorporating enriched rice into a public distribution system that serves more than 800 million people. The paradox of modern rice production is that record harvests and persistent hunger exist side by side. Global production has never been higher, yet millions of people in rice-growing countries cannot afford to buy enough rice to feed themselves. The problem is not production, but access. In the Philippines, which cannot grow enough rice for its people and must import, the poorest families spend more than half their income on food, and any rise in prices pushes them toward real hunger. In India, which produces more than enough rice for the whole country and still exports millions of tons, chronic malnutrition affects hundreds of millions who simply lack the income to buy adequate food. The modern rice supply chain, from paddy to plate, is an elaborate global system involving millions of farmers, thousands of mills, vast transportation networks, and complex market structures. The efficiency of this system has improved enormously over the past half-century, but it remains vulnerable to the same risks that have threatened rice supply throughout history: climate disruption, political instability, market manipulation, and the persistent failure to make sure that the people who need rice most can actually afford to eat it. And now, let us step back and consider something that has been woven through this entire story: the question of what rice means, not just as food, but as identity. In 1993, during a round of international trade negotiations that would eventually create the World Trade Organization, Japanese negotiators fought one of the most intense diplomatic battles in the history of agricultural trade. The issue was rice. The United States, Australia, and other exporting nations were demanding that Japan open its market to foreign rice, arguing that Japan's near-total ban on imports violated the principles of free trade. Japan resisted with a determination that astonished its partners. The Japanese delegation argued that rice was not merely a commodity to be bought and sold, but a pillar of national identity, cultural heritage, and food security, and that opening the market would destroy the farmers, landscapes, and traditions that were inseparable from the idea of Japan itself. The negotiations ended in a compromise, a small import quota with enormous protective barriers that effectively kept foreign rice out. 3 decades later, those barriers remain, and Japanese rice continues to be grown almost entirely by Japanese farmers on Japanese soil. The equation of rice with national identity is not unique to Japan. Across Asia, from the Korean peninsula to the Indonesian archipelago, from the Ganges plain to the mountain terraces of the Philippines, rice is tied to national and cultural identity in ways that no other food can match. This connection is not merely sentimental. It is rooted in the material reality that rice has shaped the landscapes, economies, social structures, and political systems of the civilizations that grow it, and it has been strengthened by the historical experience of colonial exploitation and food insecurity that made control over rice a matter of survival. In South Korea, the politics of rice carry the weight of painful memory. The colonial era, when Korean rice was taken to feed Japan while Korean farmers went hungry, has made rice independence a principle that cannot be negotiated away. South Korea maintains very high barriers against imported rice and provides generous support to its own farmers, treating rice production not as a business calculation, but as a strategic necessity. The fact that South Korean rice costs far more than imported alternatives is beside the point. The value of self-sufficiency is measured not in price per kilogram, but in the refusal to be dependent on anyone else for the most basic requirement of life. In Indonesia, rice is equally central to national identity, but the political dynamics take a different shape. Indonesia, the world's 4th largest rice producer, has struggled for decades to achieve the self-sufficiency its governments have repeatedly declared as a national goal. The country's growing population, uneven distribution of farmland, and the lasting effects of colonial disruption have made this goal difficult to reach. Indonesian politics are deeply shaped by rice. The price of the grain is one of the most closely watched indicators in the country, and any leader who presides over a significant price increase risks a political crisis. In Madagascar, an island nation off the southeastern coast of Africa, rice is the overwhelming staple and the foundation of cultural identity. The Malagasy people, whose ancestors came from both Southeast Asia and East Africa, brought rice cultivation to the island and developed it into a dietary tradition that surpasses even Asian norms. Rice consumption in Madagascar is among the highest in the world, and the Malagasy language, like the rice languages of Asia, uses the same word for rice and food. Madagascar's rice paddies, carved into the central highlands by generations of farmers using techniques their Austronesian ancestors carried across the Indian Ocean, are among the country's most distinctive landscapes and a source of deep pride. In the American South, the revival of Carolina Gold rice has become intertwined with a broader movement to acknowledge the African roots of Southern cooking and the central role of enslaved people in creating the region's agricultural wealth. The Gullah Geechee communities of the Sea Islands and the Low Country coast maintain a living connection to the rice culture. Their ancestors built under slavery, and the preservation of their foodways, language, and traditions has become an important part of the movement for historical truth and racial justice. The once-forgotten rice variety, reborn as a premium product, has become a symbol of both creative genius and suffering. The heritage rice revival is a global phenomenon. In Bhutan, the government promotes the cultivation of traditional red rice as a matter of national identity and food sovereignty. In the Philippines, indigenous communities work to preserve the old mountain varieties that are threatened by the spread of modern commercial types. In India, grassroots organizations catalog and revive the thousands of traditional varieties displaced by the Green Revolution, arguing that genetic diversity and cultural preservation go hand in hand. In Japan, the slow food movement champions heritage rice varieties and traditional farming methods as a counterweight to the homogenization of the global food system. The political dimension of rice identity finds its strongest expression in the idea of food sovereignty, the principle that nations and communities have the right to define their own food systems, to prioritize local production, and to resist the pressure of international trade rules that would make domestic food security secondary to the logic of global markets. The food sovereignty movement finds some of its most passionate voices among rice-growing communities that have experienced the consequences of opening their markets, the displacement of traditional varieties, the loss of farmer livelihoods, and the weakening of the cultural practices that hold rice-growing communities together. Rice and identity are inseparable because rice is never merely food. It is the landscape of terraced paddies reflecting the sky. It is the festival at harvest time. It is the word for meal. It is the offering to the gods. It is the political commitment to growing your own. It is the memory of colonial extraction and the determination that it will not happen again. For the civilizations that grow and eat rice, the grain is the medium through which identity is cultivated, harvested, and served 3 times a day to everyone who sits at the table. And now, as we draw near the end of our journey, let us look ahead and ask what the future holds for the grain that feeds half the world. In late 2022, one of the world's leading scientific journals named perennial rice one of the top 10 breakthroughs of the year, placing it alongside the first images from a Great Space Telescope and advances in energy science. The rice in question, developed over 2 decades by researchers at a university in southern China, had accomplished something long considered impossible. It grew back after harvest. Unlike ordinary rice, which must be replanted from seed each season, this new variety regrows from its root system, producing grain for 8 consecutive harvests over 4 years from a single planting. The yields were essentially equal to those of replanted annual rice, but the labor and seed costs of replanting were eliminated entirely. And the soil beneath the perennial rice improved with each passing season, growing richer in organic material and better at holding water. In a world facing the simultaneous challenges of a warming climate, shrinking water supplies, worn-out soils, and the need to feed an additional 2 billion people by the middle of this century, a rice that grows back on its own looked very much like a quiet miracle. This new rice was created by crossing ordinary cultivated rice with a wild African relative that naturally grows back each year, combining the grain quality of the familiar crop with the deep, resilient root system of the wild plant. Trials have been conducted at more than 100 locations across China, and the results are being watched closely by researchers around the world. Perennial rice is not a complete answer to every problem. It may not thrive in every environment. It needs different management than traditional rice, and the implications of removing the ancient cycle of annual planting and harvesting from the rhythm of rural life are only beginning to be understood. But it represents something genuinely new in a field that has been shaped for half a century by the same basic approach: high-yielding annual varieties that need costly inputs to perform at their best. The future of rice is being shaped by a convergence of threats and possibilities that together make this the most consequential moment in the grain's 10,000-year relationship with humanity. The threats are real and pressing. Climate change is altering the temperature, rainfall, and sea level conditions under which rice has been grown for thousands of years. For every 1-degree rise in average nighttime temperature during the growing season, rice yields fall by roughly 10%. Between 1980 and 2015, devastating floods caused global rice yields to decrease noticeably each year, with losses reaching 18 million tons globally, and these losses accelerated after the turn of the century. The great river deltas that grow a disproportionate share of the world's rice are among the most threatened landscapes on Earth. In Vietnam's Mekong Delta, which produces about half the country's rice, projections suggest that thousands of square kilometers of coastal farmland will be lost to rising seas. During a severe drought a few years ago, salt water reached 90 kilometers inland, destroying hundreds of thousands of hectares of rice paddies. The deltas of Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Thailand face similar pressures of varying severity. Against these threats, rice science is responding with an array of innovations. A gene discovered in an Indian rice variety and transferred to popular commercial types gives the plant the ability to survive underwater for up to 2 weeks by entering a kind of dormancy until the floodwaters recede. By 2017, more than 6 million farmers in India, Bangladesh, and Nepal were growing this flood-tolerant rice, and studies have shown it significantly increases both yields and incomes in flood-prone areas. Perhaps the most ambitious scientific project in the history of rice aims to fundamentally re-engineer how the plant converts sunlight into food. Rice currently uses a relatively inefficient method of turning sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide into the sugars it needs to grow and produce grain. Plants like corn and sugarcane use a more efficient method that works especially well in hot, sunny conditions. If rice could be converted to this more efficient system, models suggest yields could increase by as much as 50% while using less water and fewer nutrients. The technical challenges are enormous, requiring changes to the very structure and chemistry of the rice leaf, and more than 20 research groups across 8 countries are working on the problem. A working proof of the concept may be just a few years away, with the first practical varieties perhaps a decade or more beyond that. If successful, it would be the most radical change in rice biology since the original domestication of the wild grass 10,000 years ago. Gene editing tools offer a faster route to climate-adapted rice. Researchers are using these precise techniques to develop varieties with better heat tolerance, improved drought resistance, and lower environmental impact. Because these tools modify the plant's own existing genes rather than adding genes from other species, they may face fewer regulatory hurdles and less public resistance than older methods of genetic modification. The water crisis is being addressed through both breeding and changes in practice. Varieties bred to grow in moist but not flooded soil use dramatically less water while still producing reasonable yields. The technique of periodically draining paddies rather than keeping them flooded at all times is being promoted across Asia. Digital tools, including soil moisture sensors, weather apps, and drone-based monitoring, are helping farmers use water more wisely. The world's population is expected to reach nearly 10 billion by the middle of this century, and much of that growth will happen in places where rice is the main food. Rice production will need to increase by roughly a quarter to a third to keep up, and this growth must be achieved with less water, less land, fewer emissions, and under more unpredictable weather than rice has ever faced. And so we come to the end of our journey. We began 10,000 years ago on the banks of a slow river in southern China, where a wild grass with scattering seeds was first noticed by people who had no idea what they were starting. We followed that grass as it was slowly, patiently shaped into a grain that could feed dense populations. We watched as it spread across Southeast Asia, was carved into mountainsides, was offered to the gods, and became the very word for food in a dozen languages. We saw it cross oceans, feed empires, and break the backs of the enslaved. We followed it through famines and revolutions, through the laboratories of the Green Revolution and the seed vaults of the Philippines. We stood in the paddies of Bengal and the terraces of Bali, in the kitchens of Baghdad and the breweries of Kobe. We watched the rice trade shake governments and the rice harvest measure the worth of kings. And through all of it, through every chapter and every century, the grain remained the same at its heart, a simple grass, planted in mud, nourished by water, tended by human hands, and eaten by human beings who needed it to live. The next time you sit down to a bowl of rice, you might think of all the hands that touched it before yours. The nameless woman by the Yangtze 10,000 years ago, the West African farmer who tamed her own wild grass, the Ifugao builder who carved a mountainside, the enslaved man whose knowledge built a fortune he would never share, the Bengali mother who watched her children go hungry while an empire turned away. Their story is in every grain. The world is quieter now. Your breathing has slowed, perhaps. The story has been long, and it is time to rest. But the story of rice is not finished. It continues in every paddy that reflects the morning sky, in every seed saved by a farmer for next year's planting, in every bowl of steaming grain set before a family at the end of a long day. It is a story that has been told for 10,000 years, and it will go on being told for as long as human beings plant seeds in the earth and wait with patience and hope for the harvest to come. Sleep well tonight, knowing that the grain that has fed the world for 100 centuries is still out there, still growing, still sustaining the lives of billions of people, just as it always has. Good night.